Chapter 198. The piercing electricity jellyfish was not a rare jellyfish in the Level 2 fishery, but because the jellyfish community was too large, there were always a few mutant, rare, and even exotic jellyfish. In ancient times, there were even legendary piercing electricity jellyfish. In the ocean, jellyfish were like umbrellas and mushrooms, especially the piercing electricity jellyfish. This kind of jellyfish could generate electricity. However, some people said that the piercing electricity jellyfish were cute and playful. When Han Fei arrived at the piercing electricity zone, he could always see a few dead piercing electricity jellyfish floating on the surface of the sea. Even though they were dead, their blue hats were still very beautiful. Lu Renkuang swallowed. Should we go straight down? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. Don't rush. This is just the edge area. Let's go down to the central area. Lu Renkuang was lost for words. I'm told that the jellyfish groups are huge, with thousands or even more. Zhang Xuanyu said casually, What are you afraid of? Your 1,000-blade tortoise can crush them in minutes. Xiaobai's vines can also easily protect us. Xia Shaochan can also flash. It's me and Han Fei who have to worry about melee combat, okay? Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, Don't worry about me. I can control water. Zhang Xuanyu. Everybody discussed and went straight into the water. As soon as they entered the water, they felt that something was wrong. In other places, they could basically see fish as long as they entered the water. However, there were very few fish here. After diving more than 10 meters, they saw a bone-piercing fish swimming past them unhurriedly. Also, it didn't mean to attack them. The 5 of them stared at the fish like fools, watching it come and leave. Luo Xiaobai said, Be careful, everybody. It's not a dangerous place. Slow down. Everybody nodded. After diving for about 50 meters, they saw a piercing electricity jellyfish with a blue hat and white stripes floating slowly in the water. There were only a few of them 10 meters up and down, so nobody was scared. Everybody deliberately surrounded it. After all, they had never been to the Level 2 fishery and had never seen a piercing electricity jellyfish in the ocean. A string of data flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Piercing electricity jellyfish 25 common, 250 points long-term consumption can increase one's resistance to electricity. Han Fei remained calm, and Zhang Xuanyu leaned 2 meters away to take a closer look. In the end, the piercing electricity jellyfish seemed to notice something coming and automatically floated over. The small umbrella opened and closed, dragging a long tail behind it. It was very beautiful. Under everyone's gaze, the piercing electricity jellyfish slowly turned around, showing no intention to attack. It even wanted to rub its head against Zhang Xuanyu. It's so cute. Can I touch it? Luo Xiaobai said, Don't, before Luo Xiaobai finished when Xia Xiaochan's hand touched the piercing electricity jellyfish. An electric current hit Xia Xiaochan with a crack, making her tremble all over with an explosive sound. Xia Xiaochan quickly stepped back. As a result, the piercing electricity jellyfish rubbed its cute head against where Xia Xiaochan had just been. Finding that he missed her, electric currents flashed in his small eyes, and he chased after Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan was shocked. Go away, you electrifying monster. Everybody saw that Xia Xiaochan was hiding, and the piercing electricity jellyfish chased her unhurriedly. Now and then electric currents emanated from its body, as if it were playing circles with Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei was deep in thought. Jellyfish had eyes, or rather, they were not real eyes. They were primitive visual organs called eyes, similar to the compound eyes of insects. They did not have a focal point, but they could sense the changes of light and shadow. However, the piercing electricity jellyfish before him was different from the jellyfish that Han Fei saw in the Level 1 fishery. This piercing electricity jellyfish had evolved to have eyes, and it had evolved to have 4 eyes. Han Fei said telepathically, Be careful. The piercing electricity jellyfish have eyes. They can find us with their sight. Xiaochan, kill it. Xia Xiaochan was stunned for a moment. I don't think so. Although it can electrocute people, it's so cute. Han Fei said, Then why don't you try thousands of piercing electricity jellyfish? Xia Xiaochan shivered. One jellyfish was enough for her. Thousands of them? Were they going to electrocute her? Xia Xiaochan's dagger flashed, and the piercing electricity jellyfish was cut into pieces and slowly sank. Lu Renquang was confused. They don't seem to attack people actively. Luo Xiaobai said telepathically, no, they're active. However, the piercing electricity jellyfish are too slow, so it looks like it's playing a game with Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan was stunned. Is that so? I thought that it was just playing a game with me. Everybody continued diving. When they were almost 80 meters deep, they saw a lot of piercing electricity jellyfish. There were hundreds of them at first glance. The deeper they went, the more piercing electricity jellyfish there were. Very soon, everybody's vision was blocked because the jellyfish's tails were too long. Regular jellyfish could even reach 20 to 30 meters long, and regular piercing electricity jellyfish had tails that were 20 to 30 meters long too. Their tails were floating in the water, seriously blocking everybody's vision. When they tried to pass through the swarm of piercing electricity jellyfish, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Get away from them. All the jellyfish are approaching us. Zhang Xuanyu made up his mind. Dive down. If we go back, our trip will be in vain. Although the jellyfish were approaching, everybody dived quickly, but the deeper they went, the more shocked they were. There were too many piercing electricity jellyfish, so many that they were practically packed together. Everybody saw that the tails of the jellyfish were almost entangled. An idea occurred to everybody. What if those jellyfish discharged electricity at the same time? Crackle. Almost at the same time as everyone's thoughts, the entire body of water exploded in an instant. Electric currents were surging within 100 meters, and Luo Xiaobai only had time to cover everybody with vines. But how could the vines resist the electric currents in the water? In that instant, everyone began to tremble. They were all electrocuted, their bodies trembling. Woo, woo, woo! Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes after being electrocuted. Xiao, xiao, xiao! Quang, quang, quang! Like Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang released the 1,000-blade tortoise while he was electrocuted. 1,000 smoke blade slash schwa, schwa, schwa. Thousands of sabers slashed the piercing electricity jellyfish into pieces. However, the whole water was full of electric currents. Even though the piercing electricity jellyfish were dead, the electric currents didn't disappear immediately. Everybody trembled for a long time, and Zhang Xuanyu finally coughed and vomited blood, followed by Luo Xiaobai. Lu Renquang was even more exaggerated. His mouth was foaming and his eyes were rolling. Only Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were fine. Han Fei seemed to be used to being electrocuted. He had been electrocuted by the dragon eel before. The electric currents of such a large group of piercing electricity jellyfish were not even as powerful as one electric shock from the dragon eel. As for Xia Xiaochan, she was struck by lightning together with Han Fei on the top of the mountain. Although Han Fei ate most of the lightning, it was very conductive. The fact that Xia Xiaochan could withstand it suggested that her physique was extraordinary. At this moment, everybody finally understood why the great fishing masters couldn't make it back alive. Most people would have already fainted from the shock. Lu Renquang, the fatty, was already foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. While shivering, Han Fei performed the divine healing technique. Probably because he was trembling, he couldn't perform the divine healing technique, which made everybody look at him with hidden bitterness. Han Fei said telepathically, "Don't blame me. It's not easy to control the spiritual energy." Outside, the 1,000-blade tortoise was a bit dizzy from the electric shock too. The 1,000-blade slash's momentum was greatly reduced at this moment. It was barely able to hold on for a minute before everyone slowly recovered. Han Fei immediately cast the divine healing technique on them and said, telepathically, run. What are you waiting for? Fatty, put away your 1,000-blade tortoise and use your own armor, or the 1,000-blade tortoise will be electrocuted. Lu Rinquang suggested, why don't we go back? Everybody raised their head and looked up, only to be gloomy. Go back? The piercing electricity jellyfish were everywhere, and their long tentacles were almost touching their faces. Xia Xiaochan shouted, run. Chapter 199. Everyone ran with nimble legs. With a swish, they dived down frantically. Lu Rinquang's torrents of knives and swords even caused a whirlpool in the water, and all the weapons in the armor box were taken out, sweeping all the way. All that was left in the water were pieces of the piercing electricity jellyfish. In just a moment, the entire water area was almost covered by the jellyfish fragments, and translucent, jelly-like chunks of flesh were everywhere. Luo Xiaobai was like a tentacle monster, sweeping countless vines and clearing the debris and piercing electricity jellyfish along the way. The water in this area was very deep. The group continued to descend, and they could not see the bottom even after 300 meters. 300 meters was nothing for great fishing masters, not even for fishing masters. However, the piercing electricity jellyfish's territory should have a water layer. At this moment, everyone had already reached the bottom of the water. Han Fei said, stop. Fatty, stop stirring. The piercing electricity jellyfish are gone. Lu Rinquang put his weapon back. Then Luo Xiaobai's vines disappeared one after another. Then everyone saw a miraculous scene. Countless jellyfish that looked like sailboats were floating nearby at some point in time. The moment he saw these jellyfish, a jellyfish that he had seen before, the Portuguese worship jellyfish. How similar! It was just that one was floating on the surface of the sea, while the other was floating under the water. As for the Portuguese battleship jellyfish, it was terrifying. Their tentacles had countless stinging cells, and their venom was not inferior to any venomous snake in the world. More importantly, its tentacles were exceptionally tough. Once entangled, an ordinary person would immediately go into shock. The jellyfish in front of them was even more exaggerated than the Portuguese battleship jellyfish. The tentacles were bottomless, and they were covered with barbs. The data reappeared in his eyes. Name: blue-capped jellyfish introduction. Blue hat jellyfish carries an underwater air sac that contains poisonous gas. At the moment of the explosion, the poisonous gas would not form bubbles, but would directly melt into the water, so it could not be easily killed. Level 27 quality. Rare contains spiritual energy, 640 points inedible. Can be harvested from blue cap jellyfish tentacles. Can be used to weave low-level fishing nets. Absorbable. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. This was too much information. Explosion? Rare? Fishing net? There were at least 100 blue hat jellyfish around. The deeper he looked, the more there were. He had never seen so many rare creatures before. Didn't rare creatures always exist alone? However, he didn't have time to think so much at this moment. He immediately transmitted his voice. Little White, don't let their tentacles entangle us. Fatty, don't stir them. Their air sacs are strange. We'd better keep going down and avoid them. Xia Xiaochan said telepathically, their tentacles are coming. Luo Xiaobai quickly controlled the vines to block the tentacles, not giving them a chance to approach. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai exclaimed, their tentacles are poisonous. Xia Xiaochan's shadowless blade slashed down, only to hear a sizzling sound. Although several tentacles were cut off, everyone's expression changed slightly. What kind of hardness was this? Not good. Suddenly, Lu Rinquang pointed down. Look. Everyone looked down one after another. It was a net made up of countless tentacles. They were stacked layer by layer, like layers of infrared rays intertwined together. Luo Xiaobai looked solemn. I think the real danger is here. If the electric current of the piercing electricity jellyfish can kill an ordinary great fishing master, these blue hat jellyfish can easily entangle a person. Lu Renkuang asked, Do you want me to cut them? Zhang Xuanyu said, Try cutting it. Han Fei hurriedly said, Wait. Everyone looked at Han Fei, who shot a blue sea wandering dragon dagger straight through the umbrella of the blue hat jellyfish. Bam! With a loud explosion, a wave of air rolled and spread out at the bottom of the sea. But to everyone's surprise, after the bubble burst, the gas inside only rose a few meters and then disappeared without a trace. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. This is a kind of poisonous gas that can dissolve in seawater. We can't strangle them. Xia Shaochan asked. Do we just let them surround us? Let's kill them. We just ate the moon spirit fruit. Luo Xiaobai added. Don't forget, we divided the moon spirit fruit into 5 portions. Han Fei thought for a while and took out a few fruits. Each of you can eat one exotic poisonous fruit, but it's much less effective than the moon spirit fruit. I don't know if it can block the poison of the blue hat jellyfish. Xia Shaochan asked, Is this the spiritual fruit that detoxified me last time? Han Fei nodded. This is an exotic poisonous fruit. It can be immune to mortal-level poisons. I don't know about the blue hat jellyfish, but we can't be careless. It's easy to kill them, but once this water area is covered by poison, if we can't resist it, we'll be doomed. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said to everyone, Let me do it. Han Fei, give me spiritual energy. Deep blue vine explosion. Suddenly, a huge flower appeared under Luo Xiaobai's feet. Tens of thousands of vines drilled into the gaps of the tentacle net from all directions. Han Fei poured spiritual energy into Luo Xiaobai's body, crazily. After a while, this water area was almost filled with vines. Han Fei and the others were wrapped in vines and couldn't see anything. Clatter! These countless vines suddenly bloomed from top to bottom, like a bud that suddenly opened its petals, forming an inverted conical channel from top to bottom. Luo Xiaobai's face was pale. Come on, go down. Xia Shaochan grabbed Luo Xiaobai and quickly went down with the others. Along the way, they saw countless roots of the blue hat jellyfish being torn off, and those vines that formed a circle were changing color at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning dark blue. Luo Xiaobai shouted, I can't hold it for long. Hurry up. BAM, BAM, BAM. Outside the vines, everyone heard a series of explosions. Did these jellyfish just blow themselves up? Even if they couldn't kill the enemy, they didn't have to blow themselves up, okay? As the explosions around them gradually subsided, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just when everyone thought it was okay, Luo Xiaobai's vines were suddenly torn apart. Everyone's eyes lit up, and then in the next second, they all ran wildly. Lu Renkuang said while running, Little Yu, didn't you say this was the safest place? What's that? Zhang Xuanyu ran even faster than Lu Renkuang. This is a dangerous place. How can it be safe? I'm talking about relative safety. Luo Xiaobai said, Wait, there's more than one. Yes, everyone saw a super large jellyfish, more than 10 meters long. To be precise, it might be a super large jellyfish close to 20 meters long. More importantly, there was more than one such jellyfish. There were 3 as far as their eyes could see. Han Fei glanced at them and was stunned. Name, soul-attracting jellyfish introduction, a soul-gifted creature with powerful soul attack abilities and regenerative abilities. Contains a soul resistance pearl that ignores ordinary soul attacks. Level 31, quality, exotic, contains spiritual energy greater than 1,936 points. Edible effect, inedible, collectible, soul resistance pearl, absorbable on the other side. Before Han Fei explained, Zhang Xuanyu had already said, Come on, find one that's alone. This is my second contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai said, "We can't dodge the soul attacks of the soul-attracting jellyfish. We can only take them head-on. Let's get out of here first." Xia Shaochan responded, "I'm invisible. Run." Lu Rinquang almost burst into tears. "Why are there so many soul-attracting jellyfish? My spiritual power is not strong." Han Fei asked, "Do you all know that this is a soul-attracting jellyfish?" Zhang Xuanyu, "Of course, the teacher said it in class before. The soul-attracting jellyfish has always been the most realistic legend. Many people have seen them, but I've never heard of anyone catching one." Lu Rinquang was helpless. "How can we catch them? With one attack, ordinary people will become idiots, and their spirits will be destroyed. How can we catch them?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "I'm not afraid. I can't resist 3 of them, but I can fight one alone. Help me hunt one first. When it becomes my second contractual spiritual beast, I'll help you get the soul resistance pearl." Chapter 200. There was no telling if it was an illusion, but Han Fei suddenly found that everybody had their own characteristics. Although Luo Xiaobai was a bit cold, she was mature and calm. She had the meticulous thinking and logic of a manipulator. Xia Shaochan was mysterious and lively. The moment she saw the soul-attracting jellyfish, she chose to go invisible. Han Fei suspected that she was going to kill a soul-attracting jellyfish. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he wasn't scared of the soul-attracting jellyfish at all. Even Lu Rinquang could be said to be completely violent in terms of attack. As the few of them were discussing, they suddenly felt like a bolt out of the blue. Their brains were about to explode. Lu Rinquang was the first to be hit. He was bleeding from all his facial orifices and vomited. Then he floated in the water and stopped moving. Everybody was shocked to see that. Luo Xiaobai entangled Lu Rinquang with a vine and stuffed him into the vine. There was air for him to breathe in. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. "Run!" But before Luo Xiaobai ran any further, she covered her head with both hands and rolled in the water. Her usual elegance was completely ruined by a soul attack, and she seemed to have gone crazy. Without saying a word, Zhang Xuanyu ran away with Luo Xiaobai in one hand and the vine that contained Lu Rinquang in the other. He also told Han Fei to run. Han Fei had suffered mental attacks before. Everybody had fought Zhang Xuanyu when they were training in the Thug Academy. However, Zhang Xuanyu's soul attack could only temporarily stop them. Maybe his head was stinging, but Han Fei didn't feel that it was particularly serious, until Han Fei felt that invisible waves were hitting his head. At that moment, his brain felt like it was about to split open. It was a heart-wrenching pain that was incomparably terrifying. It was not until a few seconds later that the pain gradually weakened. Shoot! Is the soul-attracting jellyfish's attack so strong? Han Fei found, to his surprise, that he had resisted it. Before Han Fei had time to think, he felt a hand grabbing him and running away. Xia Shaochan was half hidden. "Huh, you can resist the soul-attracting jellyfish's mental attack?" Han Fei was stunned. "Isn't it a soul attack?" "It means the same thing. Only those with strong mental power can resist it. As a manipulator, Xiaobai should be able to block it, but Fatty would not be able to. But you can do it too. Do spirit gatherers also have spiritual talents? Have you forgotten that I practice the million knife art? That's not completely controlling the saber with spiritual energy." After hearing Han Fei's explanation, Xia Shaochan was relieved. "That's right. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with saying that." However, after running for a while, they discovered that there were at least 2 or 3 soul-attracting jellyfish every few kilometers. No one had ever thought that there would be a day when exotic creatures could be found everywhere. Of course, they also understood why few great fishing masters could go back alive when they came down. Even dangling fishers would be in great danger if they were not good at soul or mental attacks. Luo Xiaobai recovered. Stop and find an empty space. Zhang Xuanyu stood in front of me, and I pulled one over by force. Xia Shaochan said, You pull one and I'll kill one alone. When the time comes, we'll surround and kill the remaining one. Luo Xiaobai asked, Shaochan, can you resist it? Xia Shaochan waved her dagger and said, Of course, at least it can't find me before I take action. After I take action, it won't have a chance. Han Fei said, Shaochan, if you don't use the supreme stab now, when will you? After all, these soul-attracting jellyfish are all above level 30. Xia Shaochan nodded and suddenly disappeared. Holding back her discomfort, Luo Xiaobai extended her vines and grabbed a soul-attracting jellyfish. At the same time, Zhang Xuanyu stood in front of Luo Xiaobai, and so did Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Han Fei, can you do it? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. As a man, you can't say no. The soul-attracting jellyfish were not fast. Except for a few jellyfish, most jellyfish were very slow, so it was easy to catch them. However, the moment the soul-attracting jellyfish was caught, a spiritual blast hit everyone's soul. Zhang Xuanyu's face suddenly turned red, and the bloodthirsty shark suddenly appeared and bombarded the jellyfish with a spiritual wave. BAM, invisible forces collided, and the water within 100 meters was surging. Zhang Xuanyu's face was pale, but he survived the attack. Seeing that the soul-attracting jellyfish's first wave of attack was over, Han Fei immediately summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Hew, hew, hew! The daggers pierced through the soul-attracting jellyfish in the blink of an eye. But to Han Fei's surprise, although the soul-attracting jellyfish was pierced, the rest of it was intact except for the frozen wound. It was like jelly. Even if you pricked it with a needle, it would still be jelly. Humph! I don't believe it. You can block 10 of my attacks, but can you block 100 or 1,000? Break! To Zhang Xuanyu's and Luo Xiaobai's surprise, Han Fei used his immature million knife art for the first time. Even though it was immature, it was still a terrifying thing to cut the soul-attracting jellyfish crazily with 10 knives. The spiritual attack came again. Zhang Xuanyu's face turned cold and he attacked again. BAM! BAM! After 5 consecutive attacks, Zhang Xuanyu vomited a mouthful of blood. A human's spiritual power was limited and needed to rest after it was exhausted. Zhang Xuanyu was almost done. He said to Han Fei telepathically, Kill it and wake up Lu Renquang first. Then his 1,000-blade slash will be more useful. Han Fei nodded. This soul-attracting jellyfish was dying. He was considering if he should ask Zhang Xuanyu to sign a contract with it. However, the current situation didn't allow it. It made sense. If Lu Renquang woke up, his ranged attacks would be stronger. This soul-attracting jellyfish was dying, so Han Fei simply rushed out. He was no longer scared. Han Fei simply tore the big jellyfish apart and took out the soul resistance pearl inside. Throwing the pearl to Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei said, I'm going to check on Xia Shaochan. Luo Xiaobai said, Be careful. Zhang Xuanyu was exhausted and needed a rest, so he didn't stop her. Han Fei swam 1,000 meters away. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei pointed at a soul-attracting jellyfish not far away and said, Little Black, bite through it and pick up a pearl for me. Little Hay darted out in a flash. It was rather dumbfounded to see such a big guy. Is Master trying to kill me? Little Black's body size suddenly grew several times larger. Then it opened its mouth and bit at the jellyfish. Then Su Han Fei saw an amazing scene. The supposedly powerful soul-attracting jellyfish was bitten off like jelly. Because Little Black was invisible, the soul-attracting jellyfish's attack was launched at nowhere, causing the seawater nearby to surge. In no more than 10 seconds, Little Black swam close with the soul resistance pearl in its mouth and rubbed Han Fei's arm affectionately. Han Fei took the soul resistance pearl, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed. This soul-attracting jellyfish was probably the most tragic one in history. She didn't know what happened, but she was swallowed by Little Black like it was jelly. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly swam over and collected another 2 soul resistance pearls in no time. At this moment, Little Black was biting a soul-attracting jellyfish. Han Fei shouted, "Little Black, don't kill it. Just cripple it. This one doesn't need a pearl. I need it." After the soul-attracting jellyfish was half crippled, Han Fei ran to it unhurriedly and smiled at the larger jellyfish. "Do you know what a natural enemy is now?" At this moment, the soul-attracting jellyfish's mental attack fell on Han Fei. However, Han Fei was fine except for slight discomfort and a slight headache. Han Fei even had mixed feelings. The soul resistance pearls are really good stuff. I wonder if I can become stronger after eating a few more. Then he took out another soul resistance bead and threw it into his mouth. The cool bead was quickly refined by his spiritual energy as soon as it entered his body. When the soul-attracting jellyfish attacked again, Han Fei only felt that his body trembled, and it was over. Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Not bad. I can resist the soul-attracting jellyfish's mental attack after eating 2 pearls. That's definitely worth it." The soul-attracting jellyfish was stunned too. If it could talk, it would have cursed, "You're cheating? Come back." The calabash appeared in Han Fei's hand, and the half-crippled soul-attracting jellyfish was immediately stored in it, becoming friends with the dragon eel and the others. Cell phone website. Chapter 201. Instead of harvesting the soul-attracting jellyfish, Han Fei quickly turned back and searched for Xia Shaochan. Then he hurried back to Zhang Xuanyu. On his way back, Xia Shaochan suddenly appeared next to Han Fei, only 1,000 meters away from Zhang Xuanyu. He was so startled that he almost slashed at her. Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you trying to scare me? Where have you been?" Xia Shaochan looked at Han Fei weirdly. "I went to hunt the soul-attracting jellyfish. Where have you been?" As she spoke, Xia Shaochan held a soul resistance pearl in her hand while staring at Han Fei. Han Fei raised his hand awkwardly. "Wow, what a coincidence. I accidentally killed a soul-attracting jellyfish just now. We're really fated to meet." Xia Shaochan squinted at Han Fei. "Really?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course." Han Fei's heart trembled. Has this girl been following me all this time? To be honest, if Xia Shaochan had been following me, I wouldn't have been able to discover her. If she saw the scene of him asking Little Black to make a move, would her eyes pop out? Also, I just used the demon purification pot to collect the demon. Did she see that? Han Fei was about to speak when Xia Shaochan slipped and landed next to Luo Xiaobai, whose face was pale. At this moment, Luren Kuang had woken up and was rubbing his head in a daze. He didn't know anything just now. Anyway, when he woke up, he knew that he had eaten a soul resistance pearl. It felt so good. He always felt that he had one without doing anything. Xia Shaochan handed out the soul resistance pearl and said, "Xiaobai, eat this first." Luo Xiaobai asked, "What about you?" Xia Shaochan said casually, "I'll go hunting later. There's so many soul-attracting jellyfish here. They are all ours. Nobody is competing with us." Zhang Xuanyu held the vine and breathed heavily. "How about resting for 2 hours? My spiritual power is exhausted. I'm a little tired." Han Fei threw the soul resistance pearl in his hand to Zhang Xuanyu. "Here, although your spiritual power is strong, we need you to be stronger. You can have this one first." Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Didn't you go to find Xia Shaochan? Why did you kill one too?" Han Fei gloated. "Of course. Did you forget my million-knife art?" Zhang Xuanyu thought I didn't forget. "But even if you know the million-knife art, can you withstand so many spiritual shocks in a row?" Although Zhang Xuanyu was still puzzled, he didn't hold back at all. He caught the soul resistance pearl and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he sighed and said, "Later, I'll lead you to sweep through this area of water. The soul resistance pearls are all ours." Han Fei smiled and sat down next to Lurin Quang, indicating that he was ready to win without doing anything. Then he took out a deck of fish dragon cards. "Let's play cards." Everyone, even Lurin Quang, was stunned. "Brother, we're exploring a dangerous place. What do you mean by playing cards? Didn't Zhang Xuanyu say that he would rest for 2 hours? Let's play cards." Zhang Xuanyu immediately sat down. "I like this." After a while, the place became lively. Although Luo Xiaobai was interested in playing cards, she always felt that it would distract her. Most of the time, he just played cards with Xia Shaochan in his spare time. At this moment, he just sat next to Xia Shaochan and gave her advice. Han Fei said, "Call the landlord." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Rob the landlord." Xia Shaochan shouted, "Rob the landlord." Xia Shaochan became the landlord, and they played cards happily, completely forgetting their purpose of coming here. At the bottom of the sea, 4 or 5 kilometers away, Wen Ranyu's face was black. "You guys are a bunch of weirdos. You're the only one who came to the dangerous place of the level 2 fishery from the town to play cards. For thousands of years, I'm afraid no one can compare with you." 2 hours later, Xia Shaochan raised her hand. "Zhang Xuanyu owes me 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Lurin Quang owes me 6,000, and Han Fei owes me 12,000. Pay me when we return to the town." Han Fei threw down the bad cards in his hand. "Xia Shaochan, let me tell you, when I conceived the fish dragon cards game, I made it clear. People who play cards can't gamble. Even if there is, it can't be more than 1 low-quality pearl." Xia Shaochan glared at Han Fei. "Don't deny your loss. You lost to me in the game you invented, and you still want to deny it?" Zhang Xuanyu muttered, "This is not fair. Xiao Bai has been helping you the whole time. If you played alone, you would have lost." Lu Renquang scratched his head. "Well, it's so hurtful to talk about money. Should we go play the soul-attracting jellyfish?" Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei looked at each other and quickly got up. Han Fei nodded. "Yes," Lu Renquang reminded us. "What are we here for? Adventure, cultivation. What about you, Xia Shaochan? Playing cards? What about you?" Xia Shaochan was so angry that she pulled out her knife and stabbed it into Han Fei with a clink. Who the hell took out the fish dragon cards just now? Who was the one who lost to him? And now he was even lecturing her. How shameless! Han Fei blinked his eyes and dragged Zhang Xuanyu. "Run, run, or we'll lose money." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Of course. I understood your look just now." Zhang Xuanyu anxiously said to everyone, "Xiao Bai, cooperate with me. Let them know what it means to enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Zhang Xuanyu dashed several kilometers away and pointed at a soul-attracting jellyfish, which was a little confused. Were there 5 tiny things floating over? Give them a shot? Zhang Xuanyu, who was at the front, didn't feel anything. His body trembled and he endured it. Lu Renquang wanted to try the effect of the soul resistance pearl, but he also ran forward and took a hit. He covered his head. "No, it hurts. I have to take another soul resistance pearl." After that, his armor box moved, and a large number of swords and sabers rushed out. Lu Renquang, who could resist the mental blast, was a great weapon against the jelly-like, soul-attracting jellyfish. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Quang, didn't you say that I would come?" Lu Renquang grunted. "You're too slow." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let me try the next one." A moment later, countless vines crushed a soul-attracting jellyfish, and Han Fei followed them and won. In less than half an hour, each of them had eaten 5 or 6 soul resistance pearls. However, everyone's enthusiasm didn't diminish, and they were still moving forward. During this period, they found a total of 3 spiritual fruits from the bottom of the water. They were not crimson sea fruits, but they must be similar. They all contained nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. 1 hour passed. Luo Xiaobai stopped them. Okay, stop killing. The soul resistance pearls are useless to us. Do you want to consider a second contractual spiritual beast? Except for Zhang Xuanyu, everyone shook their heads. Xia Shaochan said in disdain, I don't want such a weak, contractual spiritual beast. Zhang Xuanyu said, that depends on who uses it. It's very good for me. It can greatly strengthen my soul attack. It's simply perfect. Lu Renkuang said leisurely, go ahead. I'll leave the second contractual spiritual beast to the level 3 fishery. Xia Shaochan nodded. Me too. Luo Xiaobai handed the soul resistance pearl in her hand to Han Fei. I want to go to the deep sea jungle. There may be a suitable second contractual spiritual beast for me. Everyone shivered. The piercing electricity zone was the 4th most dangerous place, but the deep sea jungle ranked 2nd. Was it appropriate to go directly to the deep sea jungle after passing the stone forest? Han Fei was a little scared too. Why don't we search for spiritual fruits here first? Xia Shaochan said no need. The greatest benefit here is the soul resistance pearl of the soul-attracting jellyfish. Although each of us has eaten 5 or 6 and grabbed a few more in our hands, a soul resistance pearl is actually much more valuable than a spiritual fruit. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. There are few things that can strengthen mental resistance or soul resistance. Ordinary people can't come down, even if they know that there are soul-attracting jellyfish here. Even if they can, they have to resist the attacks of the soul-attracting jellyfish first. Han Fei nodded. Okay, it's up to you. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. The vines around them rose up and surrounded everyone. Then, the vines closed and once again formed a path from top to bottom. Luo Xiaobai said, let's go. The vines went all the way up and past the explosion zone of the blue hat jellyfish. Then, everyone experienced another round of electric shock. Fortunately, this time, Lu Renkuang was already prepared. As a result, they were paralyzed by the electric shock and couldn't even speak. On the fishing boat, Zhang Xuanyu took a long breath. Shall we go to the stone forest first or the deep sea jungle? I personally suggest going to the stone forest first. There must be a reason why the stone forest ranks 3rd. If we can't even survive the stone forest, the deep sea jungle will be very dangerous. Lu Renkuang agreed. Let's go to the stone forest, one step at a time. Xia Shaochan waved her dagger. It doesn't matter. Han Fei said, let's go one by one. If we go to all 4 places, I'm afraid we'll never come back. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, let's go to the stone forest then. On the phone. Chapter 202. Zhang Xuanyu closed the fish skin notebook and said, this is the place. Although many people have tried to mine the stones in the stone forest, the success rate is not high. Han Fei was speechless. Are you crazy? You came all the way here to dig stones? Zhang Xuanyu said, don't be hasty. I'm not done yet. It's said that someone once found a rock-holding turtle in the stone forest, but I don't know if the news is reliable. Rock-holding turtle? Han Fei and the others were all surprised. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes, the rock-holding turtle that people often talk about, but can't find. Lu Renkuang was immediately interested. Then we can have a try. If we really find a rock-holding turtle and it becomes my contractual spiritual beast, it will be awesome. I will instantly become the best armorist in the Blue Sea town. Xia Shaochan kicked Lu Renkuang and said disdainfully, in your dreams. Not everyone who has a rock-holding turtle can become the best armorist. It depends on the combat skills on the back of the rock-holding turtle. It's said that some are good and some are mediocre. It all depends on luck. Lu Renkuang didn't care. It's good enough to get a rock-holding turtle. No one in the entire Blue Sea town has ever obtained a rock-holding turtle. If I get one, I'll take it no matter how good it is. Han Fei patted Lu Renkuang's shoulder. Okay, don't be a loser. No one has ever seen that thing. I'll give it to you when we find it. I don't care. Don't forget that this place is even more dangerous than the piercing electricity zone. No matter how strong the stone spirit crabs are, they can't be stronger than the soul-attracting jellyfish, can they? I don't believe that these stone spirit crabs can kill all the great fishing masters who come to explore here. I think there must be treasures down there. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. Yes, I agree. I think there must be a secret. Maybe it's a treasure. Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes. All you know is treasure. Let's go down first. Luo Xiaobai said, be careful. We suffered losses in the piercing electricity zone. Try to avoid some new sea creatures here. Everybody was about to jump into the water when Han Fei suddenly said, Shall we have a hot pot before we go down? Xia Shaochan was about to jump, but she held back and looked at Han Fei bitterly. Couldn't you have told me earlier? Lu Renquang rubbed his hands and chuckled. Of course. I'm starving. Luo Xiaobai also nodded slightly. The continuous exploration was somewhat unbearable. The piercing electricity zone was still fine. After all, jellyfish were very slow creatures. However, the piercing electricity zone was even weirder. It would be better to wait for a while. Han Fei took out the hot pot from his swallowing seashell, as well as the grill and seasoning. Fatty, do you know how to grill squid? I picked up a lot of squid tentacles a few days ago. One is enough for the 5 of us to eat. Lu Renquang shook his head. No, I'll make the hot pot. You can roast squid tentacles. Wenrinyu was the one who was most speechless about this group of people. In the past month, she had seen them eat hot pot countless times. However, as the protector, he would not appear unless it was necessary, even when it was time to eat. This was so that they could rely on themselves in times of trouble. But who could stand watching others eat hot pot every day? Half an hour later, Han Fei and the others had jumped into the water, and when Rin Yu appeared on Han Fei's fishing boat, there were some vegetables left in the pot and a few kilograms of shredded grilled squid on the grill. She grunted and grabbed the barbecue to eat. As for the remaining hot pot in the pot, she couldn't eat it. She couldn't eat the leftovers of a group of little ghosts, right? As soon as they entered the water, a lot of strip fish and bony spur fish surrounded them, but they were strangled by Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang, leaving a pile of minced meat. Lu Renquang said to her via voice transmission, It's not good for us to leave the leftover hot pot for teacher, right? Why don't we ask teacher to come on board and eat together? Xia Shaochan scoffed. Are you stupid? If he wants to come, he would have come a long time ago. Luo Xiaobai added, Teacher doesn't want to interfere with our experience unless we are in danger. Teacher won't help us unless we are on the verge of death. So we can't slack off. Han Fei didn't discuss with them, but looked around. Have you found that this water is a bit dark? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. No, it's not as dark as the deep-sea jungle. The bottom of the sea is dark, and the deep-sea jungle is densely covered with all kinds of spiritual plants. God knows how many weird creatures are hiding there. They dove all the way down, and along the way, they met everything they wanted to meet. In the level 2 fishery, in addition to strip fish and bony spur fish, there were even pearl fish, dragon-headed fish, squid, big-headed shrimp. Xia Shaochan wondered, Didn't you say it was dangerous? Why are there so many ordinary fish? There's nothing in the piercing electricity water. Zhang Xuanyu responded with a smile. Which fish can withstand the electricity of those piercing electricity jellyfish? Not to mention the blue hat jellyfish. In ordinary waters, it can kill a lot of fish with a single explosion. They had been diving. They didn't know if the dangerous places were particularly deep. They dived 500 meters before they saw the array-like outline at the bottom of the water. Luo Xiaobai said, Attention, we're about to reach the bottom. Dive a little and see what's below. After a while, they saw it. Stone Forest Creepy Land? They didn't know why it was called this until now. There were stone walls, dozens of meters high, standing on the bottom of the sea. Between the stone walls, It was very dark, and they couldn't see clearly what was inside. Lu and Kuang swallowed. Can't there be a more normal place on the bottom of the sea? This place looks very strange. Han Fei said, amazed. These stone walls stretch for God knows how many kilometers, and the stone walls are not connected. There are gaps. This is more difficult than a connected maze. A maze? Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. Which idiot made such a big maze in this damn place? Luo Xiaobai wondered. It looks like some kind of relic. Anyway, it can't be made by ordinary people. Ordinary people don't have this ability. Without saying a word, Xia Shaochan took out a fishing rod and cast it directly to the surface of the sea. After a few seconds, a strip fish was hooked over, and Xia Shaochan threw it into the gap of the stone wall with a hook. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 white water arrows shot over the stone wall. When Xia Shaochan retracted the fishing rod, she found that the hook was gone and the fishing line was broken. Han Fei asked, "Did you see anything?" Xia Shaochan shook her head. "It happened too fast. I didn't see anything." "Let me have a try." Han Fei also quickly hooked a bone spur fish from the upper water area and threw it into the stone wall. His perception range was larger than Xia Shaochan's. At the moment when the bone spur fish entered the gap of the stone wall, Han Fei saw water arrows shooting around, and he quickly controlled the fishing line to avoid the water arrows. A crab? Han Fei saw clearly what that thing looked like. It was a crab with a stone on its head. Han Fei immediately retracted the fishing rod, but when the fishing rod was pulled over the stone wall, suddenly an irresistible force directly tore the fishing line, and the fish fell into the gap of the stone wall with the hook. Everyone looked at Han Fei, who said with a strange look, "A crab that can shoot arrows, and there seems to be a seal here." Luo Xiaobai explained, "It's a water arrow crab, a rare spiritual crab, but very few people have awakened this kind of crab. There are many treasure lands with seals. Don't make a fuss about it." Han Fei nodded. "Also, if we go down now, we may not be able to come up. I just tried it. It wasn't the water arrow crab that cut my fishing line, but when the hook was about to come out, it was directly cut by the seal." Wow! Everyone was taken aback and looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Luo Xiaobai pondered for a moment. "So, if we go in and try to come out directly, we may be obliterated." Zhang Xuanyu was suddenly enlightened. "That's right. So, few people who went to mine stones in the past could come back alive. In other words, we'll either be obliterated or we'll be killing ourselves." Xia Shaochan nodded. "It must be because we can't breathe," Lu Rinquang muttered. "Then why are we still going in? The stone forest is so big. We can't get out if we go in. What if we get lost?" Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu looked at each other and said at the same time, "Let's go in." Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't be impulsive." Han Fei said, "It's not impulsive. The purpose of the maze is to make people lose their way." Zhang Xuanyu followed. "Since the purpose is to make people lose their way, there must be something that they don't want people to find or treasure." Han Fei continued, "Yes. Besides, don't forget that this is the level 2 fishery. To put it bluntly, since Ms. Wenran dared to let us come here, she either has confidence in us or is not afraid of this maze. At least, in the case of Xiaobai, we don't have to worry about breathing." Zhang Xuanyu cooperated. "Besides, if we can't even get out of a maze, what if there is a place more dangerous than the stone forest in the future? Don't go? You know, even ordinary fisheries have many dangerous places. In the future, what we will encounter will only be more dangerous than now." With that, Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei raised their hands at the same time and clapped again. The two of them could go to a comedy show. Cell phone site. Chapter 203. Obviously, everyone was persuaded, but Luo Xiaobai was still cautious. She waved her hand, and a thin vine wrapped around the waists of the 5 people, ensuring that they wouldn't be separated after they entered. Han Fei said, "I'll lead the way. Follow me." As Han Fei dove, everyone followed him. As soon as they entered the gap of the stone wall, 7 or 8 water arrows came at them again. Han Fei instantly took out his blue sea wandering dragon daggers, and 7 or 8 cold lights darted out, piercing through the water arrow crabs. No matter how powerful the water arrow crabs were, they were just rare spiritual crabs in the level 2 fishery. However, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were real spiritual weapons. Although they were not as spiritual as the legendary spiritual weapons, it was still very easy for them to kill a common rare creature with their strength and sharpness. The moment they landed, Luo Xiaobai waved a vine and slashed upward. In an instant, the vine was cut into 2 pieces. Xia Shaochan playfully grabbed a dead water arrow crab and threw it into the sky, which was also cut into 2 halves. It seems that we can't go out from the top. What I'm curious about is, there are so many water arrow crabs here. Where are the stone spirit crabs? Luo Xiaobai extended her hand, and the vines began to search around the wall, as if she were detecting something. Han Fei said, "Stop searching. The stone spirit crabs are down there. Look." Han Fei pointed to the hole at the bottom of the wall, where 5 or 6 big crabs were crouching along the wall. They looked no different from stones. Zhang Xuanyu tapped the back shell of the stone spirit crab with a stick, and the big crab's eyes widened. Then it quickly closed and continued to pretend to be a stone. Everyone. Lu Renkuang was amused. "Why did you knock them? It was originally fine, but now that you've knocked on it, what if they all come out to clamp on you?" Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, "Stupid. Not every creature in the ocean is aggressive. It seems that the stone spirit crabs are the laziest crabs. They hide in stones and don't move at all. Perhaps because of this, after a long time, the stones that the stone spirit crabs live in will become the best weapons because of the spiritual aura." Lu Renkuang scratched his head. TSK, are there really such stupid crabs? So, the stones that others want to dig out are the stones at the bottom? Lu Renkuang found a dagger from the armor box and knocked it on the stone under the stone wall, making a crisp sound, but there was not even a mark on the stone. Lu Renkuang was overjoyed. "Good stone. Let's dig. Hey, don't go." The few of them revealed looks of disdain. "Did we ask you to come down just to let you dig stones?" Luo Xiaobai said, "If it's a regular maze, we can always find the exit as long as we walk along one side. However, the stone walls here are all broken." Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White, touched Little White's head, and said, Little White, can you feel anything different here? Are there any treasures? Spirit fruits or something?" Seeing Han Fei summon Little White, everyone remembered that Little White's abilities were extraordinary. Since he could find exotic creatures, couldn't he find other treasures too? Little White was confused. It spun around on the spot for a long time, wanting to go left and right. Xia Shaochan guessed, "Are there good things in both directions?" Han Fei touched Little White's head. "Let's find the best ones. We don't want anything bad." After that, Little White began to lead the way. Xia Shaochan was shocked. "Why is Little White so smart? How can you find such treasures? Doesn't it mean that you can find any treasures in the future?" Zhang Xuanyu said enviously, "Great. This is a treasure hunting spirit, swallowing fish, right? This spiritual beast can definitely rank in the top 5 in the Blue Sea Town, right?" Lu Renkuang also said enviously, "Not just that. How many spiritual beasts have you seen that are good at treasure hunting? In terms of treasure hunting, I'm afraid this is the only one in the Blue Sea Town." Swish, swish, swish. Before they walked 10 meters, a group of water arrows sprayed out. Different from the stone spirit crab, the water arrow crab was not big, but aggressive. It lay on the stone wall and sprayed, randomly. Before Han Fei took action, Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu, who had nothing to do, killed them in minutes. Half an hour later, everyone was stunned. Little White led the way in a roundabout way. The 5 of them turned left, right, forward, backward to another hour passed, and Little White was completely bewildered. Han Fei didn't know whether Little White was confused or not, but he was. Zhang Xuanyu said, helplessly, Little White, have you found it? You're not lost, are you? Xia Shaochan nodded. If you're good, go ahead. Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. I can't. Shit! Zhang Xuanyu roared, and the rod in his hand rolled up a raging wave and stabbed to the side crazily. Looking at the source of the sound, he saw a huge water arrow shooting at him. The arrowhead alone was several meters long. Zhang Xuanyu was knocked back 7 or 8 steps by the water arrow. His face flushed, he was at a disadvantage. But when Zhang Xuanyu retreated, another water arrow came from the opposite side. This time, it was even stronger, and the seawater in the cracks on the wall formed a whirlpool. Lu Renkuang patted his armor box. Shield armor. BM, the waves shattered the stone spirit crabs under the wall, and one of Lu Renkuang's big shields was directly broken. Han Fei supported Lu Renkuang and said with a slightly changed expression, It's very strong. Is it a mutant water arrow crab? Luo Xiaobai said, No, the water arrow crab can't be so strong. It's a water arrow turtle. That's an exotic creature, much stronger than the soul-attracting jellyfish. Han Fei was surprised. Stronger than the soul-attracting jellyfish? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Soul attacks are useless against it. This kind of turtle that has lived for countless years has a very strong spiritual power. As they talked, another huge water arrow was shot at them. This time, Han Fei stood in front and shouted, Rod come. A rod shot out of Lu Renkuang's armor box. Han Fei shook his hand, and the rod, like a spear, suddenly stabbed at the tip of the arrow. Bam! The rod was bent, and the water arrow exploded. Han Fei stepped back several steps, and everybody's heart tightened. Xia Shaochan had already disappeared, and Zhang Xuanyu summoned the bloodthirsty shark. Lu Renkuang launched a frenzied knife, but in the water he could only fly slowly. At this time there were no longer big water arrows on the opposite side, but thousands of fine water arrows shooting straight at them. Luo Xiaobai waved her hand, and layers of vines blocked in front of everyone. But even so, the vines were still penetrated. Lu Renkuang shouted, Armor. Han Fei shouted, Water shield. When the vines were shot into a plug, the remaining water arrows hit the water shield. The water shield was about to break, but the fine water arrows showed no sign of stopping, which showed how powerful their attack power was. 7-layered waves in furious sea, Zhang Xuanyu stood on the waves at the bottom of the water, rolling up one wave after another, holding a rod in his hand and rushing straight out. Zhang Xuanyu was very fierce when fighting. There were at least hundreds and thousands of water arrows, and they were blasted 30 meters away by his attack. Taking advantage of the peace 30 meters ahead, everyone rushed forward. At the same time, a huge vine more than 30 meters high slapped down from the air, and another round was won. At this moment, everyone had surpassed Lu Renkuang's knife. Han Fei looked at frenzied knife and was lost for words. Lu Renkuang, can you optimize your combat skill? Don't wait until the battle is over, but your knife hasn't arrived yet. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. I've been meaning to say that. It's too slow. You're flying so slowly. Lu Renkuang was lost for words. I want to be fast too. It takes time for frenzied knife to charge up. Luo Xiaobai said, let's wait. Shaochan must have gone around from above. We have to hurry. So they immediately surpassed Lu Renkuang's knife and moved forward quickly. After a few seconds, they saw a big turtle the size of a hill, with strange rocks on its shell. Han Fei glanced at it. Name water arrow turtle introduction. This is a water arrow turtle that has lived for more than 900 years. It has been living here for a long time and has extremely strong attack and defense power. Because it doesn't see the sun all year round, it has been nourished with a water-repellent pill. Level 39 quality, exotic, spiritual energy, greater than 5,640 points. Effect, it can strengthen the body, expand the meridians, and prolong life. Collectible, water repellent pearl, absorbable, cell phone station. Chapter 204. Everybody was shocked when they saw the water arrow tortoise. It was like a small mountain. There were strange stones on the back of the ancient tortoise shell and all kinds of mysterious engravings. Clink! Xia Shaochan appeared below the water arrow tortoise's neck and launched the supreme stab upward. The stab was so cold and powerful that Han Fei felt that it could stab into his flesh. However, as the water arrow tortoise roared, Xia Shaochan was flung away. Han Fei rushed forward because he saw that the water arrow tortoise was about to launch another water arrow. Han Fei caught Xia Shaochan and threw her to Luo Xiaobai. At the same time, spiritual energy surged out of the long rod in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the arrow. Crack! Crack! However, to Han Fei's shock, the long rod in his hand broke inch by inch. Seeing that it was only a few inches away from his hand, Han Fei hurried to cover his body with a spiritual energy protective cover. Bam! After an explosion, Han Fei was blown away like a cannonball and hit a stone wall. The huge impact actually knocked down the stone wall with a loud bang. The stone spirit crabs in the corner didn't even have time to react before they were crushed by the blast. Pooh! Vomiting a mouthful of blood, Han Fei felt that he had been hit by a mountain, and the blood in his body was surging. At the same time, he felt that his bones were about to be broken. Everybody quickly came to Han Fei's side with shock on their faces. They all knew how strong Han Fei's body was, but he was so miserable under the close-range attack of the water arrow tortoise. Han Fei struggled to his feet. Who can tell me what kind of species the water arrow tortoise is? Why is it so strong? Han Fei thought of the hexagon starfish and was horrified. The big turtle before him gave him the same feeling as the hexagon starfish. At least, the hexagon starfish didn't beat people randomly. But this thing had already started attacking when they were still far away. More importantly, they couldn't resist it. Luo Xiaobai's face slightly changed. Wait, something is wrong with this water arrow tortoise. It can't be so strong. Han Fei asked, what if it's close to level 40? Xia Shaochan nodded. That's possible. A level 40 giant tortoise is much stronger than regular dangling fishers. I'm afraid we can't defeat it. Luo Xiaobai said if he's a dangling fisher, he might have a chance. However, this water arrow turtle has exceeded our expectations. It shouldn't have appeared in the level 2 fishery at all. Lu Renkuang shivered. See, I told you. How could the third most dangerous place be safe? Everyone discussed as they retreated. It was indeed difficult to take it head-on, so he decided to retreat first. There was no need to fight at all, and no one was stupid. Xia Xiaochan's all-out attack didn't shake the water arrow turtle at all. Han Fei attacked with all his strength, but he was blasted away. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Renkuang sympathetically. Once the knife is drawn, there will be blood. This time, you can vomit it yourself. Lu Renkuang almost burst into tears. How could he have known that the opponent would be so strong? However, there was no way to retract the saber now. Everyone stared at the direction Mad Blade had flown off in. Immediately after, a huge water arrow bombarded the saber. Bang! Lu Renkuang sat on the ground, his face extremely pale. However, to everyone's surprise, the saber was still flying and continuing to advance. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Kuang, I couldn't tell. Your Mad Blade seems to be stronger. Lu Renkuang said bitterly, No, I can't hold on any longer. A second water arrow came and knocked away Lu Renkuang's saber. Instantly, Lu Renkuang vomited blood and was exhausted. Han Fei had already prepared the divine healing technique. He waved it on Lu Renkuang's head and said, unhurriedly, No. This water arrow turtle is too strong. Let's search somewhere else first. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I agree. Thankfully it can't move, or we wouldn't be able to defeat it. Everybody was rather frustrated. This was only the level 2 fishery. If they couldn't even defeat the level 2 fishery, what would they do in the level 3 fishery? Of course, if their thoughts were known by other people, they would definitely be cursed. Why are you pretending? How many people in the Blue Sea town dare to come to the 4 forbidden areas? Yes, if anyone could survive in the piercing electricity zone, those who survived in the stone forest were completely lucky. As for the first 2, almost none of them made it out alive. They had just moved 1,000 meters away. Suddenly, an amazing thing happened. The stone wall around them began to move. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Run! The stone wall is closing. Han Fei looked back at the water arrow turtle. What did it mean? Did the wall move after they attacked it? However, there was no time to think about it at this moment. Everybody ran as fast as they could, while the wall wasn't closed. As the group turned here and there, they passed through countless cracks before the wall slowly stopped moving. However, everybody was shocked after the wall moved this time. The path in the gap of the stone wall was flat, and there was nothing except for the water arrow crabs and the stone spirit crabs. But things were different now. Following the movement of the stone wall, countless skeletons appeared on the ground, almost reaching the point where they were everywhere. It was simply horrifying. Gudu! Lu Rinquan's eyes widened. So many people are dead. Zhang Xuanyu crouched and searched among the bones. He found fishing poles, daggers, and deformed swords and knives. Luo Xiaobai said it's an array. This entire area of stone walls is an enormous array. Zhang Xuanyu heaved a long sigh. Anyway, we're lost now. In this damn array, we can't tell north from south at all. Now we can only count on Little White. Han Fei asked in confusion. Why do you think the teacher let us go when he knew that we couldn't beat it? Although we couldn't beat it, the water arrow turtle couldn't do anything to us either. I think we have to find the answer ourselves. Han Fei nodded and touched Little White's head. Good boy, keep looking. Let's not look for the big turtle just now. Let's find something else this time. Little White didn't mind. Fish didn't choose directions by force, but by magnetic fields. Besides, Little White was not an ordinary fish. It was particularly sensitive to spiritual energy. In this stone wall maze where bones were everywhere, and the spiritual energy was somewhat dry, it wasn't difficult to find a place where spiritual energy gathered. It was just that the search this time was much more troublesome than the previous one. They didn't know how far they walked in the maze. It took them half a day. Along the way, there were bones everywhere, and not a single treasure was found. As they walked, they suddenly came to an open space. Then he saw another giant tortoise. This turtle was black and covered in black armor. It was taking a nap in its shell. Name Stone Spirit Turtle Introduction. This is a stone spirit turtle that has lived for more than 900 years. It lives by breathing spiritual energy and has a strong defensibility. It is lazy and spends most of its time in hibernation. Because it doesn't see the sun all year round, it has been nourished with a water avoidance pill. After wearing it, it can stay underwater all the time. Level 39 quality, exotic spiritual energy, greater than 5,555 points. Effect, it can strengthen the body, expand the meridians, and prolong life. Collectible water avoidance pearl, absorbable, everyone was stunned. Another one. Also, its attributes were basically the same as the water arrow turtles, except that the water arrow turtle was more aggressive, and this turtle seemed to be sleeping. Moreover, its attributes were basically the same as the water arrow tortoise, except that the water arrow tortoise was more aggressive, while this tortoise seemed to be sleeping. Lu Rinquan's voice shivered. Is it asleep? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Seriously? Is this a place for raising turtles? This one is probably no weaker than the water arrow turtle. Fortunately, it's asleep, or we would have been beaten again. Luo Xiaobai said, Don't wake it up. Let's wait and see. Just now, the water arrow turtle was too fierce for them to approach. But this stone spirit turtle was taking a nap, which gave them enough time to observe it. Xia Shaochan ran around the stone spirit turtle in delight and said telepathically, "It's more than 20 meters long." Xia Shaochan ran around the stone spirit turtle in delight and said telepathically, "It's more than 20 meters long." Everyone gathered around. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "It's an array." Everyone gathered around. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "It's an array." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "So what's this array for?" Lu Rinquang said, "To trap these two turtles, of course. What else can it be used for?" Han Fei asked, "Why do you want to trap these two turtles?" Cell phone website. Chapter 205. Everyone searched around the stone spirit turtle, but there was nothing except this turtle. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei suddenly knocked on the turtle shell, making the sound of metal colliding. In an instant, Lu Rinquang and Zhang Xuanyu ran dozens of meters away. Xiao Shaochan turned invisible, and Luo Xiaobai quickly retreated. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Han Fei, are you crazy? What if you wake it up?" Lu Rinquang complained. "Han Fei, let's stop knocking. We can still study it." Han Fei was speechless. "Study it? Look at how it's sleeping. It's been sleeping for hundreds of years. Feel it carefully. It's breathing spiritual energy, even when sleeping." With that said, Han Fei continued to knock. He was also studying where the rugged stones on this turtle came from. They were quite hard. He wondered if he could knock some of them off to make weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei knocked off a stone, which felt a little heavy. He didn't know what kind of stone it was, but he threw it into Forge the Universe first. Then Han Fei ran to the turtle's head. There was a smaller stone on the turtle shell here, which looked a little better than the stones on the turtle's body. Just when Han Fei was about to knock the stone off, he saw a head slowly sticking out of the turtle shell. "Human, don't disturb my sleep." "Shoot!" Han Fei jumped back a few meters. "That scared the hell out of me. This turtle can talk?" Not only Han Fei, but Zhang Xuanyu and the others also shivered and quickly took a few steps back. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. "Han Fei, come back. This may be a turtle." Xia Shaochan, curiously, stuck out her head and stared at the big turtle. Han Fei coughed. "Cough, cough. Well, hey." The stone spirit turtle fully stuck out its head and said feebly, "Humans, let's go. I'm going to sleep." "Everyone," Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "this turtle seems a little tired." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Well, Master Turtle, what are you doing? Why are you lying here?" Han Fei had seen the hexagon starfish before, so he only panicked at the beginning and then calmed down. Now that the stone spirit turtle was lazy, Han Fei felt that it might be comparable to the stone spirit crab. The stone spirit crab hid in the corner and pretended to be a rock, while the stone spirit turtle lay here and slept. It made sense. The stone spirit turtle said slowly, "Lie on your stomach and sleep." Han Fei was lost for words. "Mr. Turtle, you can sleep anywhere. Why are you sleeping here?" The stone spirit turtle said lazily, "How would I know? I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was here. Anyway, it's just changing a place to sleep. It doesn't matter." Everyone. Han Fei carefully leaned forward and sat in front of the turtle's head. "Mr. Turtle, do you know what this place is? We just met an Uncle Turtle on the other side, but it didn't seem very friendly. It kept shooting water arrows." The stone spirit turtle turned its head slowly and looked at Han Fei with its big eyes. "Oh, it always disturbs my sleep. I don't want to move. I'm too lazy to care about it." Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold it anymore. "You really are AF * King Tortoise, sleeping for nearly 1,000 years. Mr. Turtle, here's the thing. We're lost. Do you know how to get out of this place?" The stone spirit turtle slowly straightened its head again. I don't know. I don't want to go out. When are you leaving? I'm going back to sleep. There's no hurry. You've been sleeping for hundreds of years. It's not bad to get up and stretch your muscles occasionally. Maybe you can make a breakthrough after you move a little. The stone spirit turtle wanted to shrink its head again and said slowly, "Why should I make a breakthrough? I'll make a breakthrough when I sleep." Han Fei was speechless. Can't we just have a pleasant conversation? What do you mean you'll make a breakthrough when you sleep? You've been sleeping for nearly 1,000 years and you're only level 39. Is it embarrassing? Han Fei tried to be patient. Mr. Turtle, look at the array under your feet. Let me tell you, someone has sealed you. If you move a little, you'll break the seal. In this way, you can find a comfortable place to sleep. For example, you can find a beautiful coral bush. When you wake up, you can see colorful corals. When you're hungry, as soon as you open your mouth, small fish will run into your stomach. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep? The stone spirit turtle didn't shrink its head anymore. It glanced at Han Fei. I'm tempted, but I don't want to move. Can you move the corals to my side? Han Fei was speechless. Xia Shaochan and the others were also speechless. How could there be such a turtle? You want me to move the corals to your side for you to sleep? Look at how beautiful you are. Seeing that there was hope, Han Fei struck while the iron was hot. Mr. Turtle, think about it. Just move a little and break the seal. We'll take you to a coral bush immediately. You don't know, there is a coral bush only a few thousand kilometers away from here. It's as beautiful as a fairyland. I saw a lot of turtles sleeping there. The stone spirit turtle was suspicious. Really? Han Fei patted his chest. Of course it's true. Let's not take the one next door that spits water arrows. It will disturb your sleep. Zhang Xuanyu and the others were speechless. Anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't believe it. How could there be so many turtles sleeping in the coral bush? But this stone spirit turtle believed it. The stone spirit turtle was suspicious. Can I move a little? Han Fei was overjoyed. Okay, move a little and climb out of the array on the ground first. The stone spirit turtle nodded. Then get out of the way. Han Fei hurriedly ran dozens of meters away and said expectantly, Mr. Turtle, the coral bush is waiting for you. You can eat fish, shrimp, and crabs as soon as you open your mouth. Occasionally, a female turtle will pass by. Maybe something indescribable will happen. Think about it. This is your motivation. Everyone looked at the sky, and Zhang Xuanyu looked at the stone wall. Lu Renquang fiddled with the armor box. Luo Xiaobai blushed, and Xia Shaochan glared at Han Fei. The huge body of the stone spirit turtle moved. The moment it raised its limbs, the whole water surface suddenly surged, and the underground array flickered. Boom! As soon as the stone spirit turtle took a step, the earth shook, and the stone wall behind them began to move. The stone spirit turtle took 2 steps, and an invisible shield suddenly appeared in front of the stone spirit turtle. Bam! The stone spirit turtle took another step forward, and the spiritual energy shield began to shake. Han Fei was shocked. What kind of array is this? Isn't it too powerful? Can I learn it as a spirit gatherer? Although he was shocked, Han Fei was shouting, Mr. Turtle, you're only 1 step away from victory. Come on, oh yeah, BM! Bam! Bam! The entire stone forest was shaking violently. But Han Fei was very excited, which meant that a big event had been triggered. If the stone spirit turtle could really come out, would he be able to find the treasures in the stone forest? Suddenly, the stone spirit turtle lay down and said feebly, I can't go out. Forget it, I'm not going. Everyone, Han Fei was stunned. Don't. Mr. Turtle, you're only half a meter away from victory. You can't give up. The stone spirit turtle said unhurriedly, I remember now. It seems that a stick was stuck here before, and we can't go out until we pull that stick out. I don't want to move. I'm too tired. Han Fei frowned. Stick? What stick? Where is it? The stone spirit turtle said, I don't know. I seem to have hit a bit of it just now. Go and find it. Call me when you find it. You have to take me to the corals. Han Fei said righteously, no problem. I'll take care of it. Xiao Bai, hurry up and find a stick. It must be in a place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Luo Xiaobai's face was black. Didn't we agree to call it Xiaobai? Why did it become Xiaobai again? Han Fei, however, didn't care. He was very excited at this moment. One stick was suppressing 2 turtles. Not to brag, this was definitely a ridiculously awesome stick. This was definitely the treasure of the stone forest treacherous land. When Han Fei and the others looked back, the stone wall was surprisingly connected into lines and turned into channels. Han Fei was stunned. When did it change? Everyone had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They had only heard him bragging just now. Who knew when he had changed? Maybe it was when the stone spirit turtle hit the seal. Cell phone website. Chapter 206. In the outside world, when Ren Yu's face changed. When the stone forest shook, she instantly went from the surface to the bottom of the sea. When Ren Yu frowned. The reason why she didn't stop Han Fei and the others from exploring the stone forest was that this place was a maze. She knew that this was an ancient array set up by someone, but the point was that this array didn't hurt people. In the past, people died here because most of them were suffocated to death. Just then, someone came out of the stone forest treacherous land. But Luo Xiaobai had air. Plants wouldn't care where you were. As long as there was land, vines could grow. Even when they reached a certain level, they didn't need land. Therefore, when Ren Yu felt that it was only a matter of time before Han Fei and the others came out. She was even prepared to laugh at them after they came out, to stop them from searching for treasures, and to tell them that not every place in this ocean had treasures. But now, the seal was shaking and the entire stone forest was moving, which was completely different from what she had expected. Wan Ren Yu frowned, and hundreds of sword grasses appeared around her and shot out horizontally, trying to break the seal on the stone forest. But she was too careless. The stone forest only allowed people below the dangling fisher realm to enter. She wanted to enter, but she couldn't. Bam! 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 Above the stone forest treacherous land, a layer of rippling boundary appeared. When the sword grass bombarded it, it only caused a few ripples. There wasn't even the slightest tremor. Damn it! Wan Ren Yu swam above the stone forest, but this barrier seemed to have the ability to block her sight, and she couldn't see through it at all. At this time, Wan Ren Yu remembered something that Old Bai once said. In terms of weirdness, the stone forest was comparable to the fiery mountain, and it was far stranger than the deep-sea jungle. Below, Han Fei and the others were moving forward along the passage. This time there were almost no obstacles, and the road ahead was smooth. Everyone was very excited. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, Han Fei, why didn't I find that you were so good at bragging before? Lu Renquang echoed, yes. I almost believed it. Han Fei rolled his eyes at them. What do you mean by bragging? I'm telling the truth. Isn't sleeping in the coral bushes better than sleeping in this stone forest? Zhang Xuanyu, that's true, but when it comes to your mouth, it's just boasting. He even wanted to find a female tortoise. Let me tell you, this tortoise can even speak, so it's definitely not an ordinary character. You want to see the second one? Difficult. Xia Shaochan suddenly asked, do you think the water arrow turtle can talk? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. This black tortoise should be a special species, perhaps even more magical than exotic creatures. Han Fei thought to himself, I can't tell you that its name is Stone Spirit Turtle and it's only exotic. It might be a coincidence that he could speak. Wasn't it the same as the hexagon starfish he had met before? Although the hexagon starfish was a mysterious species, since it could speak, it meant that there were many other species in the sea that could speak. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that the stone spirit crab could speak. Everyone searched for a path and quickly moved forward. An hour later, they finally arrived. However, when everyone arrived, they found that there was only a bulging mound of earth. A stick full of stones was inserted into a big mound of earth. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Be careful. Look at the ground." There were complicated carvings on the ground, which were not obvious but very weird. Gulp. Lu Rinquang said in shock, "Is this someone's grave? It can't be. Why do we always run into places where people are buried?" Without saying anything, Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward. "Grave? What grave? As long as this stick is pulled out." Zhang Xuanyu tried hard but failed to pull it out. He said awkwardly, "Don't panic. Let me try." Rise. Spiritual energy surged in Zhang Xuanyu's hands, and a huge force was exerted on the stick, causing the seawater around him to tremble. But the stick still didn't move. Lu Rinquang said straightforwardly, "So, you just didn't pull it out?" Seeing that he seemed to be despised, Zhang Xuanyu said unhappily, "You can do it." Lu Rinquang waved his hand. "You can't. In terms of strength, only Han Fei and I can do it. It's easy for me to pull it out." Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Rinquang became bold. He threw away the armor box and began to pull out the stick. "Huh. Rise." Zhang Xuanyu watched the show from the side. "Wow. It's so easy." Lu Rinquang. Lu Rinquang was so embarrassed that he immediately patted his armor box. Rampage. He sat on the ground with a thud, unable to pull the stick out. Instead, a piece of stone fell off the stick, revealing the dark body of the stick. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. It trembled. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Okay, I just tried. This stick seems to be stuck by something, or it's a bit heavy. Don't you think about it? How can a rod that can suppress the stone forest sinister seal be simple?" Han Fei rubbed his hands. "Come on, let me try. Let's make it clear that the stick belongs to the one who wins." Lu Rinquang didn't care. "I don't use a stick. You two can fight for it." Zhang Xuanyu said indifferently, "No way. I've seen it. There must be another way to win." Han Fei stepped forward, not caring if there was another way. It was normal for men to compete with each other in strength. Since everyone else has pulled it out, it would be rude if I didn't. Han Fei gathered spiritual energy between his hands and rose. When Han Fei exerted his strength, the seawater around him surged, and the veins on his hands and neck bulged. After a while, there was no movement. Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "That's enough. This stick can't be pulled out." *CK. Everybody was shocked to see that the stick seemed to be lifted a little. Xia Shaochan said leisurely, "So, you are not as strong as Han Fei." Han Fei thought of something and roared, "Attach!" Then, the 7 chains behind him clasped the stone, stick tightly. Rumble, the seawater was surging, the ground was shaking, and the walls were shaking slightly. Seeing that the stick was pulled out more, Han Fei roared again, "Rampage!" Rumble, a loud noise came from under his feet, and the ground trembled violently. Han Fei, however, staggered with the stick in his hand, his face flushed. Luo Xiaobai said, "Han Fei, get out of there." "BM." Han Fei fell to the ground, and his hands were barely able to move. Han Fei held his breath and said, "I want to leave too, but this stick is too heavy." Han Fei was shocked. In his full state, all kinds of strength were superimposed. In terms of strength, he was confident that he was stronger than regular dangling fishers. He had the enhancement of the indestructible body, but now he couldn't even lift a stick? Holding the stick, Han Fei said, "Is this the golden cudgel?" There was no telling if it was intentional or not, but the mound under Han Fei's feet broke apart. Han Fei fell down together with the stick. Han Fei, shocked! Everybody hurried to go forward, but the vines that Luo Xiaobai tied Han Fei earlier were torn apart. The rumbling continued, and the ground was cracking and shaking. Everybody was pushed back by an invisible force the moment they approached Han Fei. But before they charged forward again, they saw that the mound was broken, and an enormous stele slowly rose from the ground. Then cracks appeared under everybody's feet one after another, and the ground within 100 meters was almost completely shattered. Lu Renkuang swallowed hard. I feel something's down there. Xia Shaochan said angrily, of course. Do I need you to feel anything? Even the turtle shell is coming out. Everybody was shocked. Was it a turtle down there? But wasn't the turtle too huge? Only a small part of the turtle shell was exposed, and it was already more than 30 meters in radius. Han Fei! Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand in surprise. Everybody saw that Han Fei was sitting on the turtle shell next to the stele, holding the stick and blushing. Han Fei said telepathically, I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't come any closer. Although Han Fei said that he was fine, he was actually quite panicked. The data in his eyes almost made him pee his pants. Rock-holding turtle natural spiritual turtles carry mysterious steles that are as heavy as mountains and engraved with patterns that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Chapter 207. When the rock-holding turtle completely broke out of the soil, not just Han Fei, but everyone else panicked. If the water arrow tortoise and the stone spirit tortoise were considered big fellows, then this rock-holding tortoise was a super giant tortoise. The tortoise shell was nearly 100 meters long. Human, did you let me out? The rock-holding turtle spoke. It wasn't just a voice transmission, but a voice. Although it spoke in the water, everyone could hear it clearly. Good-oo. Han Fei swallowed and said, Hey, Senior Rock-holding turtle, how are you? Han Fei really wanted to chop those people who spread false rumors. Didn't they say that someone had seen the rock-holding turtle? Didn't they say that someone had obtained an opportunity from the rock-holding turtle? Didn't they say they were all liars, except for a brief introduction? All the information was filled with question marks. Han Fei hadn't seen many of them yet, except for the first time when he entered the water and saw the sea flood dragon. At that time, the sea flood dragon was more than 10 levels higher than him. He could at least tell the level and quality of the sea flood dragon. But this one couldn't see anything except for the introduction. More importantly, even the demon purification pot couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of this turtle, which showed how terrifying it was. Needless to say, this rock-holding turtle was at least level 50 and couldn't be lower. Luo Xiaobai and the others were shocked to hear Han Fei's name. So this was a rock-holding turtle? But it didn't match the rumors. Zhang Xuanyu secretly said to Lu Renkuang, Your second contractual spiritual beast has appeared. Lu Renkuang. Hardly had Zhang Xuanyu finished the voice transmission when the rock-holding turtle turned around and glanced at him, which made Zhang Xuanyu panic. The rock-holding turtle opened its mouth. He can't make a contract with me. The moment he makes the contract, he will explode and die. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. What the hell? Could it even hear a voice transmission? What kind of rock-holding turtle was this? Those damn liars had seen a rock-holding turtle before? What the F***? Zhang Xuanyu said weakly, Senior, I was just kidding. Han Fei was still sitting on the rock-holding turtle with the rod in his arms, stunned. The rock-holding turtle said, I don't like that stick. It has suppressed me for too long. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and immediately threw the rod into Forge the Universe. But the moment he threw it, he felt incomparably obscure. At that moment, tens of thousands of points of spiritual energy were consumed. Han Fei smiled bitterly. If you don't like it, you should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have put it away long ago. I don't know where this rod came from. If only it was the Jingu Bang. One for Monkey, one for me. Monkey King is called the Great Sage equaling heaven, and I am called the Great Sage who overturns the seas. Seeing that the stick was gone, the rock-holding turtle stomped on the ground and opened its mouth, shattering the stone wall in front of it in an instant. Zhang Xuanyu swore to himself, "In the future, I'll definitely kill that guy who spread rumors. People will die, you know?" When the rock-holding turtle crawled out of the pit, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Monstrous waves were set off in the sea above the entire stone forest, Mystery Land. On the surface of the sea, within a radius of several thousand li, it was covered in clouds and rain. At the same time, a beam of light shot into the sky. Then it burst into the shape of a word. Everyone wanted to see it, but as soon as they saw it, they burst into tears. The light was so dazzling that ordinary people couldn't look at it directly. Many people in the level 2 fishery saw it and were very excited. Someone roared, "An amazing treasure has been born." Come on, come on. Opportunity, it's an opportunity. Some people who were fishing directly put away their fishing poles and drove their fishing boats forward at full speed. For a moment, the entire level 2 fishery went crazy. The dazzling light was seen by countless people, and they were all rushing to hunt for treasures. Under the water, Wenren Yu felt the unusual movement. She had been wandering here for a long time. The continuous tremors made her heart a little unbearable. If these 5 treasures died, the Thug Academy would really have no hope at all. At the moment when the rock-holding turtle was born, the water was enveloped in an extraordinary splendor. Wenren Yu appeared right above Han Fei and the others almost instantly. For some reason, the scene under the seal that she couldn't see clearly before was now transparent. Wenren Yu saw Han Fei sitting on a huge turtle, and Luo Xiaobai and the others were all looking at him stupidly. Wenren Yu said, "Han Fei!" she shouted and attacked the seal with thousands of sword grasses around her. Wenren Yu was shocked. Carrying a steel? Is this the legendary rock-holding turtle? The rock-holding turtle slightly raised its head. "You can't come in. Wait for me for a moment." Wenren Yu raised her eyebrows. "It can talk? It's of a very high quality." In the next moment, the sword grasses were blocked by the seal, but the ripples became more intense. But they still couldn't be broken. Wenren Yu said, "Senior Rock, please don't hurt my disciples." The rock-holding turtle didn't respond. In fact, Wenren Yu's voice couldn't penetrate the seal. At this moment, the rock-holding turtle looked at Han Fei and the others and sighed. "I don't know whether it's fate or not, but since you release me, come on my back. You can leave after an hour of viewing the steel." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They had already seen the big steel behind the rock-holding turtle. Han Fei was sitting in front of the steel and seemed to be fascinated. The other 4 looked at each other, and without saying a word, they immediately stepped forward. Not to mention whether or not the rock-holding turtle could kill them. Even if it wanted to, it could kill them with a breath. Didn't they see that the 1,000-meter-tall stone wall was blown to pieces by the rock-holding turtle? Han Fei was reading the steel at this moment, but because of the demon purification pot's reminder, he couldn't see it with the naked eye and had to read it with his mind. So, at the beginning, he just glanced at it and found nothing on it. Then he just stared at the center of the steel without looking at it with his eyes. As he stared, the steel in his eyes turned into a black brick. It was like staring at a white wall for a long time, and everything else nearby would be hidden, leaving nothing but whiteness. Han Fei vaguely sensed something different. He seemed to see something moving on the steel, but it was very fuzzy. The more he concentrated, the more fuzzy the steel became. After a long time, the fuzzy picture in Han Fei's eyes suddenly became clearer. And Han Fei didn't seem to be on the back of the rock-holding turtle anymore, but in a chaotic ocean. He saw an extremely terrifying scene. There were waves hundreds of thousands of meters high, and there seemed to be only one terrifying wave left between the sky and the earth. There seemed to be a figure on the huge wave, but Han Fei couldn't see it clearly. In the overlapping waves, it was very fuzzy. Han Fei wasn't even sure if it was a person, but in the sky he saw a person. This person was tens of thousands of meters high, reaching out and stabbing a stick straight down. as if he was going to stab into the wave. Han Fei saw that as the stick left his hand, it fell like a meteorite, rubbing against the atmosphere and causing dazzling sparks. A huge and intimidating air wave was ignited in the void. At the moment when the stick touched the seawater, Han Fei's breathing became rapid, his mind was shaking, and it became difficult for him to breathe. The huge wave was hit by the stick, leaving a huge semicircular pit. Turbulence surged in the pit. At this moment, even the air between heaven and earth seemed to be trembling. Han Fei's head was tingling, and he had a splitting headache. It was also at this moment that Han Fei's eyes changed. One black and one white, they seemed to be resisting this boundless pressure. At this moment, Han Fei woke up with a start. Even in the water, he still felt sweaty. Han Fei was instantly woken up, and there was a bloodthirsty impulse in his eyes. He didn't know when he had fused with Little Black and Little White. If there were any enemies around him at this moment, he would have killed them. But at this moment, Han Fei's eyes fell on the giant steel. In his yin-yang divine eyes, there seemed to be patterns on the giant steel. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be a strange painting. Han Fei didn't know what the painting was about, but this picture was deeply engraved in his mind. Yin-yang divine eyes? The rock-holding turtle was slightly surprised. At this moment, data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. God-scaring painting, venerable level, divine quality. Note, a painting that nurtures life. Daily visualization can consolidate the soul. Disadvantages: none deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 100000000 cell phone site. Chapter 208. Xia Shaochan and the others felt a tremor in their bodies, and then they woke up with a start. They were all at a loss and shocked. Han Fei even saw shock on their faces. He wondered if they had seen the terrifying attack on the steel too. It was too strong. For the first time, Han Fei felt that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. The rock-holding turtle said solemnly, "Leave now. This place will collapse in case you get hurt." Han Fei and the others got off the back of the rock-holding turtle, and the seawater began to shake again. Spiritual energy was gathering, and a certain tide seemed to be rising underwater, pushing Han Fei and the others out. Cracks appeared on the stone walls as if they would collapse at any moment. Luo Xiaobai's face slightly changed. "It's an energy riot. Let's go." Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. "Where should we go? This is a maze." Han Fei had already started running. "Let's go to Mr. Turtle. It's too lazy to find a way out. We can use it to block the danger." Everybody looked at Han Fei. What a smart young man. Everybody ran as fast as they could. Behind them, some of the stone walls were already falling apart. The poor stone spirit crabs that were pretending to be stones were crushed. Many of them were crushed to death before they knew what happened. On the stone spirit turtle's side, when they ran to it, it seemed to have fallen asleep again. Lu Rinquang was shocked. "I fell asleep? Isn't this guy too careless?" Han Fei was about to go forward when Luo Xiaobai said, "Wait, spiritual energy is gathering here too." Everybody was stunned. That's right. The spiritual energy on the rock-holding turtle's side was too intense, and this side was unremarkable. At this moment, spiritual energy was also surging and gathering on the stone spirit turtle side. A moment later, Han Fei saw sword grass branches falling above his head. He asked in surprise, "Master?" The seal was fading. Although Wenren, you couldn't come in for now, the sword grass branches had. "Wenren, you said telepathically, let's go. The seal here is about to be broken. I'm afraid it's dangerous." When Wenren, you spoke, the stones on the stone spirit turtle were falling apart, and its body was covered in a layer of spiritual energy. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Is it making a breakthrough?" Bam! 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 The stone wall behind him had already begun to shatter on a large scale. Some had even directly exploded, and the spiritual qi was violently surging. From above, when Rinyu said, "Find a place to hide," Who cares? Hurry up and hide under Mr. Turtle's shell. Just after everyone hid, the spiritual energy completely rioted. Han Fei, on the other hand, clasped his hands under the stone spirit turtle shell, and the demon purification pot on his wrist was flickering, crazily absorbing the turbulent spiritual energy that came out of nowhere. Not long after, an astonishing wave of water swept over. The water was completely turbid. Rocks were flying everywhere, and all kinds of bubbles, mud, bones, and pieces of the stone spirit crab were surging. Everyone held onto the stone spirit turtle tightly. Even so, the stone spirit turtle, as big as it was still slowly moving and sliding to the side. Boom! With an explosion, the 5 of them vomited blood almost at the same time. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened them. "Sai, what's wrong now? Why am I awake again?" "Mr. Turtle, the seal has been broken. You hold on and block for us," the stone spirit turtle said unhurriedly. "Oh, have you pulled out the rod?" Han Fei and the others were speechless. "Master, why do you still care about the rod at this time?" "Huh, how did I make a breakthrough?" The stone spirit turtle was a little stunned, but Han Fei and the others were even more stunned. "Don't you know how you made the breakthrough? Don't you know how much spiritual energy has been poured into your stomach?" Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei via voice transmission. "Han Fei, cut the crap. Absorb quickly. The spiritual energy is in a frenzy. It's a good time for us to cultivate." Han Fei was stunned. "You still have time to cultivate in this situation?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Absorb as much as I can. I feel that this moment is comparable to months of hard cultivation." Luo Xiaobai scolded. "Shut up and focus on absorbing spiritual energy and polishing your body." Han Fei thought to himself, "I have nothing to polish. If I want to temper my body, I'll probably be struck by lightning. I'd better absorb spiritual energy." About a quarter of an hour later, the surging spiritual energy gradually disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, there were no stone walls. They were all razed to the ground. The stone forest had completely become a pile of rocks. Xia Shaochan pointed to the distance and said, "Look, is that a rock-holding turtle?" Everyone looked at it, only to see a golden spot. Because it was a little far away, they couldn't see it clearly, but it seemed a bit similar. In front of the golden light, a huge vortex appeared. Before they could observe it carefully, the rock-holding turtle seemed to have drilled into the vortex, and then nothing happened. The entire stone forest almost fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? They wandered in the maze for a long time, only to accidentally destroy the entire stone forest? At this moment, the stone spirit turtle said in a daze, "My home is gone!" Han Fei sweated. "Mr. Turtle, I'll take you to find a new home." While Han Fei was talking, a figure appeared in front of them. "Wenren," Yu exclaimed in surprise when she saw the stone spirit turtle. However, seeing that the 5 of them were all dragging the big turtle, it must be a docile creature. The stone spirit turtle asked, "Another human being?" Wenren Yu asked, "What happened? What did you do?" Han Fei shrugged. Well, teacher, we didn't do anything. We just promised to find a new home for Mr. Turtle in the 1,000 Miles Coral Forest." Wenren, you really wanted to beat them up. Is this how you find a home? He had wanted to grind their spirit, but now, in less than a day, they had destroyed the treacherous stone forest. More importantly, it was the first time that Wenren had seen a rock-holding turtle. She was amazed by the power of this turtle. She didn't know what Han Fei and the others had done to summon such a legendary creature. Wenren said, "Now is not the time to talk. The sea is already rioting. The waves are 1,000 meters high. I've put away the fishing boat for you. Since you're going to the 1,000 Miles Coral Forest, walk underwater." The stone spirit turtle flicked its tail at Han Fei. "Can you carry me on your back?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Sir, are you kidding me? How big are you?" How big am I? Carry you on my back? Just how lazy are you? Wenrenyu's mouth was also twitching. The others looked at Han Fei sympathetically. Why did you hook up with this turtle? Now you can carry it yourself. Nobody will help you. Han Fei said, Sir, I'm just going to swim for a while, but I can't carry you on my back. The stone spirit turtle nodded. You can. Han Fei shook his head. I can't. As they talked, they suddenly saw the water arrow, turtle swim, past 1,000 meters away. When the turtle swam away, it glanced at them and then sped up. Han Fei said, Sir, she's the girlfriend I found for you. Go chase her, everyone. The stone spirit turtle. The stone spirit turtle was tempted, but it was too lazy. The water arrow turtle swam away in the blink of an eye. It was too lazy to chase it. In the end, under Han Fei's trick, it swam unhurriedly to the 1,000 miles coral forest. On the way, Wenren asked, Where did you find this turtle? Why is it so lazy? Everybody looked at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. We can only come out thanks to Mr. Turtle. It's not a big problem to find a nest for Mr. Turtle. Wenren asked, Is this a stone spirit turtle? A level 40 stone spirit turtle. Forget it. Whatever. Let's go back to the town after we go up. Immediately they were unhappy. Han Fei said anxiously, Teacher, we're going to the deep-sea jungle. Zhang Xuanyu echoed, Yes, teacher, let's find a second contractual spiritual beast for Xiaobai. Lu Renquang didn't care. I think it's good to go back. Xia Shaochan glared at him. Shut up, Luo Xiaobai suggested. Why don't you go with us, teacher? Wenren said, Shut up, all of you. You've only been here for a few days. You've been making trouble for me. Did I ask you to come down to hunt for treasures? Lu Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, you haven't even learned spiritual perception yet, and you're here to hunt for treasures with them? They are talented, but you don't. Don't go back. Some of you can, but some of you can't. Is it embarrassing? Luo Xiaobai blushed. For the first time in her life, she felt that she was left behind in cultivation. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, Teacher, I won't go into the sea until I master spiritual perception this time. When Renyu asked, Little fatty, what about you? Lu Renquang looked around and said sullenly, Then so will I, cell phone site. Chapter 209. Han Fei did find a place for the stone spirit turtle to sleep in a coral cave. He had planned to trick the stone spirit turtle into staying at the gate of the fire cloud cave. After all, it was a place where few people could reach even in thousands of years. However, the stone spirit turtle stopped swimming and sank when it heard that it was tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the end, after much persuasion, Han Fei tricked this guy to the coral reefs. The coral cave. Han Fei asked, Master Turtle, are you sure you don't want to think about it? It's only 10,000 kilometers. If a strong master comes to this coral bush and you are caught, it's not a good thing to be their contractual spiritual beast. The stone spirit turtle lay on the ground, and a suction force appeared on its body. Pieces of coral, rocks, and seaweed fell on it. After a while, the stone spirit turtle turned into a large pile of coral. The stone spirit turtle said, Human, go! I'm going to sleep. Han Fei was speechless. What a heartless girl. She took my kindness for granted. We've been through thick and thin together. Why did it suddenly abandon me? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder. Fei, let's go. Let it sleep. It probably won't remember you when it wakes up. Xia Shaochan sighed. If only most of the creatures in the sea were as lazy as this turtle, then we could catch them at will. Wenren was speechless at the thoughts of these people. Dream on. The sea is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The stone spirit turtle is just a special case. They returned to the surface of the sea. However, at this moment, the sea was raging and the waves were surging. Even so, Han Fei and the others saw a lot of fishing boats. These fishing boats were setting off for the stone forest. Lu Renquang sighed. How stupid! I wonder how they would feel if they knew that we met a rock-holding turtle. Speaking of the rock-holding turtle, when Ren Yu suddenly asked, "What did you see on the stone tablet?" The rock-holding turtle said that it gave you an opportunity. Did you get it? Luo Xiaobai was excited. I saw a towering tree in the middle of the sea, hundreds of thousands of meters high, with branches and leaves covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Was there such a big tree? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Different. He clearly saw someone use a stick to pierce through the raging waves, but Little White saw a tree? Xia Shaochan said, I saw a fish 10,000 meters long, swimming among the clouds. It was very lonely. Wenren, you raised her eyebrows. Is this the so-called opportunity? She naturally believed what Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan said. However, it was too exaggerated for them to describe it. How could there be a tree that could reach tens of thousands of feet into the sky? How could there be a fish that was tens of thousands of feet long? Lu Renquang looked at them in shock. Is it really that amazing? But what I saw was a saber technique. I can't describe it. It's just a knife. It floated in front of me and then disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu looked at everyone blankly. I didn't see those things. I felt like I had entered a sea and was being battered by the waves again and again. I almost had a mental breakdown. Lu Renquang snorted. Then you're really miserable. At least the knives I see won't stab me. Everybody looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei scratched his head. I saw a man holding a stick and piercing through the waves. Han Fei felt that that picture couldn't be described in words. Was it really as simple as piercing through the waves with a stick? That stick penetrated the sky and the earth, and even the sea caved in. That kind of feeling was really mysterious and indescribable. Of course, Han Fei didn't intend to tell them about the god-scaring painting. After all, the rock-holding turtle had always been a legend. Then this painting must have never appeared in the world. When Ren Yu was dumbfounded, was it really as exaggerated as they made it out to be? A tree tens of thousands of feet tall, a fish tens of thousands of feet tall, and finally a man who pierced through the waves with a stick? Is this *T? When Ren Yu said solemnly, no matter what opportunities you got from the rock-holding turtle, don't tell others. You should understand the saying, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Got it, teacher. When Ren Yu said, when the rock-holding turtle appeared, spiritual energy gathered. Many people thought that there was a rare treasure there. You just stay here. When Xiaobai and Lu Renquang learned spiritual perception, the experience will end. Everybody agreed. When Ren Yu left, she hated teaching students, especially those who liked to make trouble. After Wen Ren Yu left, they all stared at each other. Lu Renquang said, Well, do you want to practice? Let's exchange our experiences. Go away. It's stormy here. 3 days later, countless treasure hunters returned empty-handed. But not everyone returned empty-handed. Some bold ones dived to the bottom of the sea, only to find that the stone forest was gone. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. Their first reaction was not to publicize it, but to search for treasures in the ruins of the stone forest. As a result, some people caught some stone spirit crabs, some pried some stones, and some found some broken weapons from the ruins. Anyway, no matter how broken they were taken out from the ruins of the stone forest. If they sold them, they might be able to make some money. Perhaps the disappearance of the stone forest was leaked, and various versions of rumors began to spread. Therefore, most of the great fishing masters of the entire Blue Sea town were dispatched, hundreds of thousands of people. As a result, the level 2 fishery instantly became lively. At this moment, Han Fei and the others were sitting on the deck and eating hot pot. Luo Xiaobai said, I seem to have some ideas, but I may need to use my vines. I use the hook as if it were my vines. Then I seem to feel the space between the fish hooks, but it's still a bit vague. Xia, Xiaochan wondered. Can't you control the seaweed? That's also vision. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. This is different. I can control 100 meters or 1,000 meters, but not 100 or 1,000 kilometers. So it's just speculation. Han Fei suggested. Then can you separate your vines? For example, if there is a vine hanging on the fishing hook, can you feel it? Luo Xiaobai shook her head again. I can, but I can't. No, I have to go back to fishing. Luo Xiaobai was eager to learn spiritual perception. Lu Rinquang, however, mumbled with his mouth full of grease. I also saw a little vague, but I didn't practice it. When I was fishing, I was thinking about the knife I saw in the giant monument, and then I saw it. Huh. Everyone looked at Lu Rinquang. They had always felt that the picture they saw was useless. Maybe there really was such a magical life in the infinite ocean. But it was too far away from them. They just happened to see it. Lu Rinquang swallowed a piece of squid meat and said, I always thought about the knife, and then I felt that it was very easy to control the fishing rod. Sometimes I feel that throwing the hook is like throwing that knife. Why don't you try throwing a tree? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. What you saw was a knife, but what Xiaobai saw was a towering tree. Can you throw that thing away? Han Fei pulled Zhang Xuanyu. Hey, you can't throw it away, but you can think about it. Didn't you hear Lu Rinquang say that you can see it when you think about it? Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. By the way, was the scene on the giant monument really meaningless? Not necessarily. If it was meaningless, then what kind of opportunity was it? In fact, not only Lu Rinquang, but also Han Fei was thinking about it. On this day, he was not in the mood to fish. He was thinking about the shocking blow and the God-scaring painting. Just thinking about it often made him feel refreshed. At this moment, Han Fei saw 6 fishing boats in the sky, pulling a big turtle flying by. The squid meat in Lu Rinquang's mouth fell out, and he said stupidly, Isn't that Master Turtle? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. Really? Has Master Turtle been found? Xia Xiaochan said anxiously, That's too much. Master Turtle just wants to take a nap. But these people don't even let go of an old turtle. Han Fei said angrily, Damn it, we can't let them take it away. If they take it away, Master Turtle will be dead. Take off, chase. Cell phone website. Chapter 210. The 5 of them, including Luo Xiaobai, were furious. The stone spirit turtle was the cutest turtle they had ever seen and had helped them. They couldn't allow it to be captured as a contractual spiritual beast. In the sky, a group of people was shouting. Someone laughed. We're rich. A stone spirit turtle that has broken through the bottleneck of level 40. If we sell it, we'll have enough food for the rest of our lives. Someone sighed. Fortunately, it hasn't woken up yet. Otherwise, we might not have been able to catch it. Someone said disdainfully, There are more than a dozen of us. Why should we be afraid of a stone spirit turtle? Stop. Guys in the sky, let go of the turtle. Han Fei stood on the deck, furious. Huh. Is there a fishing boat chasing us? Huh. Are these kids tired of living? How dare they chase us? Don't be careless. A kid who can come to the level 2 fishery is probably not simple. Who cares? Who knows if he's dead? Old Yang, go with him. Our 5 fishing boats can hold him. The stone spirit turtle was very heavy. When one fishing boat broke away, the other 5 fishing boats suddenly sank. However, they still managed to hold the weight of the stone spirit turtle. Where did this kid come from? Are you tired of living? Just at the moment when the other fishing boat approached, vines danced in the air and directly pulled the other fishing boat. Lu Rinquang patted his armor box and drew out his knives and swords. Xia Xiaochan flickered and appeared on the other party's fishing boat. Damn, the 3 people on the other fishing boat were shocked. What kind of weird ability was this? Xia Shaochan was ruthless, which everyone knew. But these people didn't know it. One of the middle-aged men raised his knife to block, but in an instant, Xia Shaochan went around to his side, cut his spiritual energy protective cover, and then stabbed deeply into his abdomen. This man didn't even have time to fuse with his spiritual beast before he was crippled. The other two were dumbfounded. So powerful? However, before they had time to react, the torrents of knives and swords arrived. With the double attack of Xia Shaochan, the other party only had time to shout, "Fuse!" And then his spiritual energy protective cover was shattered by the sword and saber, and he was instantly covered with wounds. His spiritual beast didn't play any role at all. Their fishing boats crashed, and Xia Shaochan flashed back to the fishing boat. Lu Rinquang retreated. The battle had ended in less than 3 breaths of time. Above, those people were dumbfounded. Someone snapped out of his panic. "Who are you?" "We're from the Black River Chamber of Commerce in the Blue Sea Town." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "There are 3 chambers of commerce in the Blue Sea Town, the Linglong Tower, the Colorful Clothes Chamber of Commerce, and the Black River Chamber of Commerce. These people are great fishing masters recruited by the chambers of commerce to seize resources from the sea for these chambers of commerce." Zhang Xuanyu said disdainfully, "Who cares what chamber of commerce they are? They can't take me away." Han Fei shouted at them, "Release the stone spirit turtle, and I'll spare your lives." The faces of the people on the other side were extremely ugly. These youngsters were too strong. They were guessing which academy the prodigy was from. However, regardless of which academy he was from, this was a stone spirit tortoise. Its value was immeasurable. How could they give it up so easily? Seeing that Han Fei and the others had already caught up, the faces of the people of the Black River Chamber of Commerce changed drastically. The other side shouted, "Don't make a mistake. We found this stone spirit turtle first. If you rob us, you'll rob the Black River Chamber of Commerce." Han Fei raised his finger. "I'll give you 2 seconds to think about it. Let it go or not." The other side looked pale and hesitated. Suddenly, only one person stayed on the other fishing boats to control the fishing boat, and the others all jumped onto one boat. They decided to fight, so they couldn't let go of the stone spirit turtle. Fuse. For a time, all kinds of phantoms appeared. Bony spur fish, ironhead fish, mysterious armored tortoise, lightning crab. A total of 12 people fused with their spiritual beasts. Someone on the other side sneered. "Boy, how dare you challenge us with just 5 people? Since you've ruined our plan today, you don't have to go back." Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochan. "Shall we fight?" Xia Shaochan flashed instantly, and the great fishing masters on the other fishing boats looked around. However, they didn't find anyone. But in the next moment, they only heard a crack, and the iron chain holding the stone spirit turtle broke. The other 4 fishing boats struggled to hold on and were on the verge of collapsing. Crack! Another chain broke. Standing on the turtle shell, Xia Shaochan disappeared again and appeared on a fishing boat with only 1 person on it. The person who controlled the fishing boat was stabbed in the abdomen and fell straight into the sea. And the other 3 fishing boats, finally, couldn't hold the stone spirit turtle and began to fall together with the turtle. Han Fei shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu, crash. Okay. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time." Hey! In the eyes of these great fishing masters, Han Fei and the others were crazy. If they fell into the sea from such a high height, even great fishing masters would be injured. If they were besieged by the fish of the level 2 fishery, they would be seriously injured. "Stop! Stop!" The other side shouted repeatedly, but Han Fei didn't mean to stop at all. He immediately shouted again, "Fight!" Swish, 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 fishing hooks fell on Han Fei's fishing boat one after another, and the blue sea wandering dragon spun around and cut all the fishing lines. Han Fei stepped on the bow of the boat and said arrogantly, "Don't play fancy tricks. It's useless. Now we're robbing this stone spirit turtle." When the two fishing boats were only dozens of meters away from each other, both sides launched attacks. Han Fei had just shot out 7 chains. Lu Renquang had just put down his armor box, and Luo Xiaobai's vines were about to be launched when the other party's fishing boat shook. Xia Shaochan had already boarded the boat, stabbed the pilot on the boat, and then destroyed the other party's fishing boat with a heavy stab. Before Han Fei and the others attacked, these people fell straight into the sea. Someone wanted to jump onto Han Fei's fishing boat, but was blocked by Han Fei with a knife. Xia Shaochan casually appeared behind them. "Are you stupid? Do you have to fight a dozen people head-on? Why don't you just let them fall?" "Everyone," Lu Renquang muttered. "Isn't this a bit too insidious?" Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Haven't you found that Xia Shaochan is more terrifying than a dozen great fishing masters?" Xia Shaochan turned her head and stared at Zhang Xuanyu. "What did you say?" "No, nothing. I said that you are cute. I have never seen a girl as beautiful and powerful as you." Han Fei slapped his thigh. "Yes. When did I become so fond of fighting? This is not a good habit. I have to change it." Han Fei still remembered that he wanted to develop his skills in hidden weapons a little while ago. However, after being taught a lesson by Jiang Qin, he almost forgot about it. Xia Xiaochan's method was the right way to win without bloodshed. Zhang Xuanyu controlled the fishing boat to chase down and quickly caught up with the 3 teetering fishing boats. Han Fei shouted at the 3 people on the boat, "Hurry up and land. Do you need my help?" The faces of the operators on the 3 fishing boats turned green. Just now they saw a dozen people fall from the sky with their own eyes. Fortunately, this place was not high, and they were all great fishing masters, so they wouldn't fall to their deaths. But these were a dozen great fishing masters. Couldn't they beat a few kids? The 3 people were angry, but dared not say anything. In the blink of an eye, they became the weaker party. What could they do? Of course, land quickly and run away. Han Fei and the others were not in a hurry. At this moment, Han Fei was knocking the turtle shell with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. Clang, 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 like knocking a bell. Han Fei knocked it for a full 2 minutes before he finally woke it up. "Who is it? I'm going to sleep." The great fishing masters on the 3 fishing boats were all stunned. What did this mean? How could this turtle talk? Lu Renquang smacked his lips. "I'm afraid Mr. Turtle doesn't even know that he has been flying in the sky." Han Fei complained helplessly. "Mr. Turtle, you were almost taken away. Look at where you are now." The stone spirit, Turtle, poked its head out and was anxious. "Where's the water? Where's the coral?" Han Fei sweated. "Mr. Turtle, you almost became someone's contractual spiritual beast. Do you know that?" Cell phone website. Chapter 211. Han Fei suspected that if it weren't for the seal of the stone forest, this stone spirit turtle would have become someone else's contractual spiritual beast. At this moment, when it found itself hanging in the air, it was only slightly surprised and even asked feebly, "Can I sleep if I become someone else's contractual spiritual beast?" Han Fei said gloomily, "Of course not. They'll drag you out to fight every few days. Are you scared?" The stone spirit turtle shrugged. "Then forget it. I'd better not become someone else's spiritual beast." Xia Shaochan couldn't bear it anymore. "Big Turtle, you're so stupid. If you're caught, you won't be able to sleep anymore. So, you should listen to Han Fei and find a hidden place to sleep." The stone spirit turtle felt wronged. "Where can I hide? It's all because of him that I slept so well." Han Fei pointed at himself with his mouth open. "So I'm the bad guy now?" Han Fei said gloomily, "Mr. Turtle, be reasonable. You see, I saved you this time. You won't be so lucky when we leave in a few days." At this moment, several fishing boats fell into the sea together. When there was water, the stone spirit turtle shook its body and overturned a fishing boat, probably because it exerted too much strength. The other 2 fishing boats didn't overturn, but they drew a semicircle on the sea. The 2 people on the boat had no time to care about anything else. They cut off the chains and ran away immediately. They were great fishing masters, but the stone spirit turtle was above level 40 after all. They couldn't do anything to it. As for the boat that fell from the sky, it was more than half damaged. There were a dozen people on it, but some of them fell into the water and didn't come back up. At this moment, this group of people was controlling the broken boat and rushing at Han Fei and the others. "Little fishes, you will all stay here today." Han Fei said, "Mr. Turtle, look, these are the people who caught you. If I were you, I would have already lost my temper and knocked them over." However, the stone spirit turtle said lazily, "I'm tired. I don't want to move." Han Fei was speechless. "You coward. I saved you for nothing. I can't even count on you to fight." Luo Xiaobai sighed. "Forget it. Fighting is also part of the experience. In the future, we might encounter a situation like today's. Let's give it a try first." On the other side, Zhang Xuanyu, who was originally quite quiet, raised his stick at this moment, and a huge wave of tens of meters was set off. He laughed loudly. "Fei Fei, today I'll show you the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea." At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu's aura was rising, and the layers of waves behind him pushed him forward. Luo Xiaobai commanded, "Let's all take action." With that, vines popped out of the water and easily wrapped around the other party's boat. "Pay attention. Kill that manipulator first," someone on the other side roared. At the same time, at least 4 people left the fishing boat. Someone jumped into the water, and when he jumped out again, he stabbed a spear at Luo Xiaobai. Lu Rinquang patted his armor box and chuckled. The spiritual beast of a stripped fish is just a dish. After that, a long saber flew out of the armor box and turned into a saber shadow that was 7 to 8 meters long. Lu Rinquang said, "Watch carefully, this is my new combat skill. I'm going to call it Wild Slash." Han Fei smacked his lips. "It's terrible to be uneducated. The name is so vulgar that it gives me goosebumps." As he spoke, Han Fei stepped out of the boat, stepped into the air, and 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers burst out beside him. The purple bamboo rod had been destroyed, but the fishing rod was not. Han Fei held the rod in one hand, and the hook was thrown out like a swimming snake. 3 people attacked from the left and were blocked by Han Fei alone. One of them even tried to resist the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and approached Han Fei directly, but he was careless. At the moment when the blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared in front of him, the armor shield and spiritual energy protective cover on the man's body were directly pierced, and his chest was pierced by the daggers. Seeing this scene, the other 2 hurriedly retreated. But Han Fei's fishing rod had already arrived and hooked one person's feet. Han Fei approached him in 2 or 3 steps, moved his body in the air, and easily avoided the dozens of bone spurs shot out by the other party. Puff! Stabbing the dagger into the man's chest, Han Fei grinned grimly. "A spiritual beast, like the bone spur fish, may be of some use to you. You don't deserve to be a hidden weapon." Then Han Fei pulled out the dagger and let the man fall into the water. As for the other person, he was already horrified. Why are these teenagers so strong? On the other side, Xia Shaochan, who had the flash skill, attacked even more easily. With a flash, she directly killed the last great fishing master. At this time, Zhang Xuanyu had just approached the fishing boat. His eyes flashed, and he blasted out a soul attack. One of the people on the boat was stunned. Bam! The man was knocked flying, vomiting blood wildly. If it weren't for the 2 great fishing masters beside him, he would have died. When Zhang Xuanyu stepped on the waves again, Luo Xiaobai's vines had already woven a large vine tens of meters long. Smack! Smack! The vines were like whips smashing down crazily. The deck of the fishing boat was broken, and the 3 of them barely stopped it. But Zhang Xuanyu's 7-layered rod in Furious Sea followed. That wasn't all. Xia Shaochan sneaked behind a man at some point and stabbed him with a white knife and then came out with a red knife. Han Fei, who was rushing over, happened to see this scene and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many times he would have been stabbed by this girl. The group of great fishing masters had never seen such a scene before. Someone shouted in shock, "Perfect combination! 7-layered waves in furious sea. They are the Thug legend." As soon as this person finished shouting, Lu Renquang's torrents of knives and swords arrived. For a time, there were giant vines, swords, waves, and people stabbing each other. These people had been through a lot and tried to resist, but as soon as they came into contact with them, they were crushed in an instant. Crack! Bam! The fishing boat disintegrated. In just a few minutes, this group of more than a dozen people was directly crushed. The 2 fishing boats that escaped were planning to reinforce them. At this moment, they just ran away, wildly. How could they still fight? This was the Thug legend who had a 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena and was in the top 100 of the 3 academies. Most of them were junior great fishing masters. It would be strange if they could defeat him. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Shaochan, don't kill them." Xia Shaochan appeared, waved the dagger in her hand twice and snorted. "I'm not interested in killing junior great fishing masters. I just want to let them know that they are not strong because they have more people." Seeing that there was no space for him to attack, Han Fei returned to the fishing boat, lay on the bow, and looked at the stone spirit turtle. "Master Turtle, let's take you to find a place to sleep. Do you want to come with us?" The stone spirit turtle asked, "Is it far?" "If it's far," Han Fei said bluntly, "do you want to be caught and sent to heaven? At that time, you will be dragged out to fight every other day. That's much more tiring than swimming tens of thousands of miles." The stone spirit turtle seemed to think for a while, and finally said weakly, "Okay then. Human, can you take me with you?" Han Fei, everyone. In the end, Han Fei compromised. Locking it with a chain, they set off for the Fire Cloud Cave. As soon as Han Fei and the others left, the people of the Black River Chamber of Commerce immediately gathered. Everybody climbed onto the last 2 fishing boats, relieved to have survived the disaster. 6 are dead. How can we explain this to them? Someone muttered, "How can we explain this to them? Just say that we encountered the Thug legend. It's good enough that we can go back alive. They are not ordinary children. They are the seeds of the 4th Academy. Let the Chamber of Commerce find a solution." At the entrance of the Fire Cloud Cave, now there were no treasures inside. Although there was an earth fire, no one had seen it. But the cave outside the door was indeed very beautiful, with small fish and shrimps, corals, and shellfish. It was colorful and very beautiful. Han Fei said, "Master Turtle, you can sleep here. You helped us once, and we'll pay you back. I don't owe you anything." The stone spirit turtle directly lay on the ground. "I'm exhausted. I'm so sleepy. You can go now. I'm going to sleep." Xia Shaochan said angrily, "You big turtle, why don't you appreciate our help? If it weren't for us, you would have become a contractual spiritual beast. Why don't you thank us?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Shaochan." Xia Shaochan said angrily, "Humph, that's right." The stone spirit turtle was so sleepy that it almost squinted its eyes. Maybe it felt a little embarrassed. So it shook its body, and a black stone fell from the crack of its shell. "Then can I give this to you?" Xia Shaochan was taken aback. "What is this? A piece of stone?" The stone spirit turtle shrugged. "I don't know. Who stuffed it in my shell when I was a child? Later, he didn't come to take it. This is the only thing someone gave me. I can only give this to you." Han Fei stepped forward and patted the turtle shell. "Okay, Master Turtle, go to sleep. Shaochan is just teasing you." As he said, Han Fei went forward to pick up the stone. "Did someone give it to you?" "I don't think so." Cell phone website. Chapter 212. The stone spirit turtle soon fell asleep. Han Fei and the others were used to it. The stupidest creatures they had ever met were the stone spirit crab and the stone spirit turtle, both of which were called stone spirits. One was deceiving itself, and the other was sleeping all day long. On the fishing boat, Xia Shaochan pried open the stone with a dagger and found that there was a small box inside. Lu Renkuang said in surprise, "Did we find a treasure?" Zhang Xuanyu wondered, "I don't think so. Didn't Master Turtle say that someone stuffed it into its shell when it was a child? How many years ago was it when it was a child? At least 1,000 years ago." Luo Xiaobai nodded. At that time, the stone spirit turtle was still very weak. It shouldn't be a treasure. Han Fei said, "Open it and you'll know." Crack! As soon as Han Fei said so, Xia Shaochan opened box and there was a fish skin map inside. Immediately, Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu pushed Lu Renkuang away and said in unison, "A treasure map?" Lu Renkuang was very innocent. Why did he become classmates with these two guys? Are they the kind of guys who want treasures more than their lives? I can't afford to offend them. Xia Shaochan was also stunned and spread out the map. Everyone was confused. Where is this? Xia Shaochan wondered. This is not the level 2 fishery, is it? It doesn't even have the dangerous places of the level 2 fishery. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I don't think so. Otherwise, it should at least mark the floating islands. Han Fei agreed. Yes, there are no floating islands, which means that this is not the sea area of the floating islands at all. Since it is not the sea area of the floating islands, it is not the level 2 fishery, let alone the level 1 fishery. Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei looked at each other again. The level 3 fishery. Just when the two of them were excited, a cold voice came from behind. It is not the level 3 fishery. Teacher? Everyone turned around and saw that Wenren Yu was standing on the deck without them knowing, giving them a fright. Han Fei sweated. It seemed that Xia Shaochan was not the only one who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Why did these people like to eavesdrop? Wenren Yu confirmed again. It is not the level 3 fishery. Looking at this fish skin map, the area seems not large. Based on the mountain on the map, the whole map seems to be less than 1,000 kilometers, and it should be smaller than ordinary fisheries. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Teacher, can we find it? Wenren, you thought for a moment. You guys look for it yourselves. Xia Shaochan asked. Then why did you come down? Wenren, you was silent for a while. I'm curious. With that, Wenren, you flew away with a whoosh. After that, a voice was left in the void. You should practice fishing more. Don't think about treasures all day. There are treasures everywhere. One day you'll get them all. It's just that you don't have the ability to take them now. Everyone, because no one knew where the treasure map was drawn, everyone's interest was immediately dampened. Xia Shaochan threw the box to Han Fei. Put it in your sea, swallowing seashell. Han Fei was lost for words. Have I become a butler now? Everything is thrown to me, Lu Renkuang laughed. You're the only one with a sea, swallowing seashell. Why don't you get one for each of us? Haha, it's good to leave it here. It's safe. In the next few days, everyone was really just fishing. However, they didn't use bait to fish. To put it more bluntly, they were using skills to catch fish. Han Fei only persisted for one day before he lay on the deck and fell asleep, which made Lu Renkuang jealous. In fact, Han Fei was studying the god-scaring painting. This painting was imprinted in his mind, extremely clear. Although Han Fei didn't know what this painting was used for, he knew it must be extraordinary from the 100 million points of spiritual energy required to deduce it. This was on the same level as the indestructible body. It was definitely not inferior. Nearly a month later, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang achieved spiritual perception one after another, and Han Fei, except for when he ate, slept for a whole month. At this moment, a hot pot had been set up on the boat. Lu Renkuang and the other three were looking at Han Fei and discussing. Lu Renkuang asked, Has he been infected by Master Turtle? During this period of time, he has been eating and sleeping. I think it's too much. If he goes on like this, he will get fat again. Zhang Xuanyu guessed. He must be thinking about that. I've been thinking about it recently, and I feel that the range of my perception has increased a bit. It's already 1 meter. Xia Shaochan nodded. Me too. I think it's enough as long as I think about that picture. Every time I see that big fish, I feel it's very magical. I still feel so after seeing it countless times. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Is it enough just to think about it? My perception range hasn't exceeded 2 feet yet. Lu Rinquang nodded. Me neither. Han Fei was lost in thought at this moment. More than 20 days ago, when he began to sleep, it was because he discovered one thing. Every time he closed his eyes to think about the God-scaring painting, he would see it very clearly. But every time he opened his eyes and was not in a state of meditation, he could not remember what the God-scaring painting looked like. In the past month, he had been trying to memorize this painting, but so far he hadn't succeeded. Therefore, he used many methods, such as copying, line dismantling, spiritual energy drawing. He tried many methods, but none of them worked. In the end, he found that this God-scaring painting seemed to be disassembled. At first, he disassembled it into 100 pieces and tried for 5 days, but he couldn't even remember one piece. So he disassembled the God-scaring painting into 1,000 pieces, and it took him so long to remember one piece. Don't underestimate this piece of the God-scaring painting. When Han Fei cast the hook, the range of his spiritual perception changed from 5 meters to 50 meters. This breakthrough directly stunned him. It was just a small piece of the picture, but his perception range had been expanded by 10 times. That was not all. Not only could he sense underwater, but he could also sense his surroundings. For example, at this moment, Han Fei could see these 4 guys staring at him. Lu Rinquang occasionally glancing at the hot pot, Luo Xiaobai frowning at him, Zhang Xuanyu bragging, and Xia Shaochan in a daze. Swish! Han Fei suddenly sat up, startling the 4 of them. Zhang Xuanyu said worriedly, Fei, are you okay? Something's wrong with you recently. Han Fei twisted his head, turned over, and sat in front of the hot pot. What's wrong? Do you feel the pressure because I've become thinner? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Pressure? How can I feel pressure? Are you more handsome than me, or are you taller than me? Han Fei's face darkened. Humph, do you want to fight? Han Fei took the lead to pick up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and said, as if nothing had happened, let me tell you something. Spend more time thinking about the picture you saw on the giant monument and analyze every detail of it. Luo Xiaobai immediately asked, Can it improve your perception? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Xia Shaochan asked, How much did you improve? While eating the fish, Han Fei grabbed the fishing rod and threw it into the sea. About 10 meters. Hiss, pooh, cough, cough. Lu Rinquang spat out the fish in his mouth and looked at Han Fei in shock. How much? Not only Lu Rinquang, but everyone was stunned. They were still a few feet away, at most half a meter away. But Han Fei suddenly jumped 10 meters away, which really shocked them. Xia Shaochan stared at Han Fei. Are you sure? Han Fei smiled awkwardly, wondering if he would be beaten to death if he said 50 meters. Han Fei said, Let's eat. Let's talk while eating. Zhang Xuanyu screamed, That's unreasonable. Are you a devil? Xia Shaochan muttered, Why am I only 3 meters? No, I have to sleep tomorrow too. Lu Rinquang blinked his eyes. I don't want to talk to you too. That's too much. Han Fei chuckled. By the way, we have actually all learned spiritual perception. The size of the range is just a matter of time. Well, what do you think about the undersea jungle? Lu Rinquang shrugged. Not interested. I want to sleep after dinner. Luo Xiaobai said leisurely, Han Fei, it's your turn to watch the night. Han Fei frowned. You want me to watch the night? Cell phone website. Chapter 213. At night, the sea was not very stormy, but the waves rolled as usual and the ups and downs were normal. For people who had lived at sea for a long time, it was no different from a peaceful land. Han Fei was fishing alone with a fishing rod, and the other four were all sleeping at the moment, frightened by Han Fei's 10 meters. After dinner, they couldn't wait to study the pictures they saw on the giant monument. Han Fei was very bored. He caught a one-line fish, absorbed its spiritual energy, and threw it back into the sea. He caught a squid, absorbed its spiritual energy, and threw it into the sea too. He didn't know how many times he had caught and thrown it. Should I drive the fishing boat to the deep-sea jungle first? Han Fei frowned. If these guys refused to go, he would take them there secretly. When they arrived, he would have to go down. Han Fei controlled the fishing boat, flew into the air, and went straight to the waters of the deep-sea jungle. Behind him, Wenrinyu was furious. This kid caused trouble every day. After a month of peace, he was going to cause trouble again. However, Wenrinyu was also puzzled. Were the pictures Han Fei and the others saw real? Spiritual perception of 10 meters in a month? This speed was terrifying. At first, she went to that place after becoming a dangling fisher and quickly mastered this ability. But now, these teenagers had mastered it in just 2 months, especially Han Fei and Xia Shaochan. The speed of these two was so fast that she was shocked. The area of the deep-sea jungle was not as large as the coral reefs, only 300 kilometers. As soon as Han Fei landed, he saw large tracts of seaweed floating on the sea, and some ordinary fish entangled by the seaweed and died. Because there was a lot of seaweed here, the layer of seaweed on the sea was covered with sea melon seeds. In addition to sea melon seeds, there were also all kinds of snails crawling on it. Large conches were not uncommon, and some small crabs the size of a palm were hiding in the seaweed. Han Fei poked at them with his fishing rod and found that the seaweed turned out to have vines, which grew from underwater. The grass vines were thick and thin. The thin ones were mostly sea melon seeds, and the thick ones were many oysters, hermit crabs, and large conches. The others might know where Han Fei drove the fishing boat to, but no one got up. Anyway, Han Fei was on night duty. Where else was more important than cultivation? Han Fei took out his fishing rod, found a relatively good place in the seaweed, and cast the hook down. Han Fei didn't know what to say at this moment. The water was filled with water vines with intertwined roots. He had no choice but to use the slithering snake method to avoid the vines one by one. The difficulty of fishing had increased by more than 10 times. Soon, the hook was 300 meters deep, and Han Fei vaguely saw the jungle at the bottom of the sea. Although it was called a jungle, it wasn't really a jungle. It wasn't just tall trees, but many crooked, strange-looking giant trees. Some of these trees were bare, while others were more like willow trees, full of tender branches. Han Fei went deeper and suddenly exclaimed, "There are fish living on the trees!" Han Fei was curious. He saw some fish hanging on the trunk and some on the branches. At the same time, these fish also rushed out from time to eat some plankton. Amazing, let's catch one. The fishing hook flashed in an instant and directly entangled a small fish that was swimming out to eat the floating fish. It was not big, only about a foot long. However, at the moment when the fish was hooked, Han Fei retracted the rod as usual and didn't pull it back. Then his face changed. Nearby, countless branches rushed towards the fishing hook. When he took a closer look, Han Fei was shocked. It turned out that these fish were really growing on the trees. Their bodies were actually connected to the branches. Han Fei swallowed. Fish growing on the trees? That's really amazing. It's like planting fish in the ground, a bit absurd. Han Fei pulled hard, and spiritual energy burst out from the hook, instantly cutting off the branch connected to this fish. After cutting it off, Han Fei didn't pull the hook immediately but controlled the fishing rod to swim in the water. He wanted to see what those branches would do. However, just as Han Fei swayed and dodged, the fish hanging on the trees all stuck out their tongues. This was beyond Han Fei's understanding again. You are fish, not frogs. Even frogs' tongues aren't so long. Han Fei hurriedly dodged. Those tongues were dozens of meters long, which made Han Fei feel disgusted. Are your stomachs full of tongues? At this time, Han Fei had quickly retracted the rod and left those fish far behind. A moment later, at the moment when the fish came out of the water, Han Fei waved his knife. Almost at the same time, the fish stuck out its tongue and was cut off by Han Fei. Clap, clap. Han Fei grabbed this fish with one hand and its data appeared. Name wooden fish introduction, a kind of fish that grows on the sea willow and lives in symbiosis with the sea willow. It can make strange sounds to attract life to come close and hunt. Level 21, quality, regular, dying, contains spiritual energy greater than 219 points, edible effect, inedible, collectible, none, absorbable. Han Fei was amazed. As soon as it left the tree, this fish immediately died. Was it this fish or the sea willow that was conscious? Was the fish itself hunting, or was the sea willow controlling these fish? Han Fei looked at this wooden fish. Its body was really like wood. It was not flexible and tough like a toy. Cook-a-thud, thud, thud. Han Fei heard the sound of this wooden fish. It was a bit like the cry of a cuckoo, but the sound was a little muffled. Huh, what kind of fish is this? Xia Xiaochan's voice suddenly came to his ears, and Han Fei almost threw the wooden fish in his hand. You scared me. Aren't you a cultivator? Why did you suddenly wake up? Xia Xiaochan didn't answer, but stared at the fish in Han Fei's hand. What kind of fish is this? It can even cry. With that, Xia Xiaochan took the wooden fish. As soon as she took it, Xia Xiaochan exclaimed, Is it made of wood? Han Fei nodded. Yes, it's made of wood, a fish that grows on trees. Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei said, We are above the deep-sea jungle. I just went fishing and caught this kind of wooden fish. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei gloomily. So, you drove the fishing boat to the deep-sea jungle while we were sleeping? As if he didn't hear her, Han Fei said solemnly, This is not the point. The point is that this place is magical. Do you know that the trees at the bottom of the sea are full of this kind of fish? Xia Xiaochan said disdainfully, So what? Maybe it's this kind of fish. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Isn't it just a wooden fish? What's the big deal? Han Fei chuckled. That's easy for you to say. In addition to the wooden fish here, aren't the trees strange? At a depth of 300 or 400 meters in the deep sea, there is no photosynthesis. Even if you can grow trees, how can you grow into a jungle? What kind of energy are you absorbing? Xia Xiaochan picked up the fishing rod. Let me try. Xia Xiaochan was more curious about the sea willow that Han Fei mentioned. She couldn't imagine what a tree full of fish looked like. After a while, Xia Xiaochan shook her head. I can't go down. There are too many seaweeds and algae along the way. Han Fei thought for a while. Let's go somewhere else. After a while, the two of them changed to a place with relatively less seaweeds. After casting the hook this time, the two of them looked at each other a little surprised. Xia Xiaochan asked, Did you see a school of fish just now? Han Fei replied, No. This time, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan saw a lot of fish, but most of them were ordinary fish. Logically speaking, most of these fish should live in ordinary fisheries, but now they appeared here in large numbers. Han Fei wandered around with the winding snake technique and found that there was much more biodiversity here than in the previous place. There were sea bath vines up to hundreds of meters high, red, green, and yellow. At the bottom of the sea, there were also a large number of seaweed nests and sea anemones. On the seaweed nests, Han Fei saw many half-meter-long sea urchins, their black bodies full of thorns. Slurp, Xia Shaochan curled her lips. Why are you drooling? Han Fei smacked his lips. Wait a minute, I found something good. Han Fei controlled the fishing hook and caught a sea urchin in the blink of an eye. He was not worried that this thing could run away at all. Sea urchins were very timid creatures in the sea and couldn't run fast at all. Ordinary small sea urchins, in places rich in algae, could move 1 meter a day. When there was not much food, they could only move a few centimeters a day. Swish! At the moment the sea urchin was hooked, the sea urchin bristled. The thorns on its body were directly ejected dozens of meters away. Han Fei smacked his lips. If you have the ability, shoot a few 100 meters, I'll count it as your win. But before Han Fei pulled it up, he saw that the ejected thorns, as if hooked by a silk thread, actually returned to the sea urchin. Han Fei was dumbfounded. F***CK, cell phone website. Chapter 214. Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan, wake up the fatty. Xia Shaochan. When Xia Shaochan pulled Lu Renkuang up, he was dumbfounded. What's up? Shield, shield, shield. Take out the shield. Lu Renkuang took out the shield in a daze and asked, what's wrong? Is there an enemy? Han Fei said, I found a good thing. Help Xiao Bai block it too. This thing is a bit prickly. Lu Renkuang was puzzled. While blocking it with the shield, he asked, what needs a shield? Can't you block it with your body? Han Fei said with a smile, I can, but I don't want to be stabbed. Are you stupid? As Han Fei retracted the hook, a black thing came out of the water after a while. The moment it came out of the water, the steel thorns all over its body exploded with a swish. Hell, who stabbed me? Who? Zhang Xuanyu jumped up. There was a thorn on each of his buttocks and on his back. Lu Renkuang covered his mouth. Ah, I forgot to block it for him. Zhang Xuanyu shook off these thorns with spiritual energy and covered his buttocks with a look of shame and indignation. When he was about to curse, he saw a pair of black thorns shooting at him again. He immediately raised his rod to block them. At this moment, Han Fei flashed his blue sea wandering dragon daggers and cut off all the threads connecting the black thorns. When a black ball was carried up by Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu ran over angrily. Why do you all have a shield, but I don't? At this time, Luo Xiaobai also woke up in a daze. At first glance, she saw the black thorns all over the boat and the black ball in Han Fei's hand. Luo Xiaobai asked, what's wrong? Were we attacked? Han Fei said with a smile, it's okay. I just found something very delicious. It's almost dawn. I can catch it for breakfast. Everyone. Lu Renkuang chuckled. So, is this why you woke me up? Okay. You can discipline me in the future. Zhang Xuanyu's face was black. Then why don't I have a shield? Han Fei and Lu Renkuang nodded. I forgot. Zhang Xuanyu. Luo Xiaobai stepped forward and picked up a thorn. Then she asked in surprise, this thorn is very hard. What is it? Sea urchins. Lu Renkuang said in disbelief. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. This thing can be eaten? There are also such things in ordinary fisheries. They're very prickly. Han Fei snorted. We need to see the essence through the phenomenon. Can't we just pull out the thorns? After such a scene, no one was in the mood to cultivate, but Zhang Xuanyu immediately shouted, what is this place? Why is there so much seaweed? Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes. Han Fei, did you sail the fishing boat to the deep-sea jungle? Han Fei chuckled. I just have nothing to do. Let me tell you, this place is very magical. There's actually a type of fish that grows on trees. Then he kicked the wooden fish in front of everyone. Lu Renkuang said, huh? Hard. No, it can bend. Wow, this fish is really made of wood. Luo Xiaobai took the wooden fish curiously. No, this fish still has a little vitality, but it's fading away. Does it have any abilities? Han Fei thought for a moment. This fish can stick out its tongue, which can be more than 10 meters long, or even dozens of meters long. When Han Fei fished it just now, he cut off the tongue of this wooden fish with a knife. So, he didn't know what the characteristics of this wooden fish's tongue were. Zhang Xuanyu asked curiously, "What does the tree full of wooden fish look like? This kind of weird thing usually contains treasures." Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know. I didn't see all of them, but I don't think it's very likely that there are treasures here." Xia Xiaochan asked why. Han Fei naturally had his own ideas. For example, the oxygen content in places with seaweed was 40 to 50 times higher than in other places. Therefore, the creatures here were quite complicated. There were definitely countless creatures below. Since so many creatures could survive here if there were any treasures, they would have been eaten by these creatures long ago. How could it be their turn? Han Fei said, "Look, there are quite a lot of creatures below. If there were really treasures, would they be ours?" Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "Not necessarily. If what you said is true, why is the deep-sea jungle considered the second most dangerous place in the level 2 fishery?" Han Fei smiled. "You want to know? Go down and have a look." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "No, at least not now. You cook first. The others continue to cultivate. I feel that the range of my perception seems to have increased a bit." Lu Rinquang scratched his head. "Me too. Maybe that picture is to enhance our perception." Zhang Xuanyu laughed. "Oh, then I'll continue to sleep. Fei Fei, stop fishing. At least inform me in advance." In the blink of an eye, the three of them ran to sleep, and only Xia Xiaochan curiously squatted next to the sea urchin. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Why don't you go to sleep?" Xia Xiaochan poked the sea urchin with her finger. "I don't want to sleep. I'm more curious about what's down there. Of course, I'm also curious about this sea urchin." Han Fei smiled. "Really? Let me tell you, this thing is very delicious." In the morning, when a large basin of sushi was laid out, Han Fei looked at the sushi and sighed slightly. It's a pity that some ingredients are missing. Otherwise, it would be very delicious. The sushi was missing rice, mustard, and salad. Fortunately, Han Fei caught a fish, dug out the fish eggs, and asked Xia Xiaochan to dry the kelp and make seaweed slices. With crab meat, crab paste, cucumber slices, and a dish of vinegar, it was perfect. Han Fei looked at the sushi, admiring his own work, but then he was a little surprised. A string of data caught his attention. Name Spiky Sea Urchin Sushi Introduction. This is a food made of a variety of essence ingredients. It has a delicate taste and is full of spiritual energy. It's very rare. Level 20 quality rare contained spiritual energy greater than 282 points effect satiety. Increased qi and blood in a short period of time, 1 hour. This was not the first time Han Fei had seen this kind of data. He had always cooked for himself, so he had seen this kind of data many times. It was just to satisfy his hunger and to satisfy his appetite. However, this was the first time that he had seen a rare quality. If you were talking about various ingredients, the ingredients for hot pot were the most abundant. But the hot pot was just a mortal level high-quality stew. Even the squid hot pot in the level 2 fishery was mortal level. But this time it skipped the mystic level and became a spirit level. And it even had a buff effect of increasing qi and blood. Han Fei was stunned. At this time, Han Fei remembered what old Jiang once said, "It's not bad to be a chef." At that time, Han Fei's answer was that he cooked for himself and he would never be a chef. Later, when he was making vinegar, old Jiang said to him intentionally or unintentionally that the more powerful the creature was, the stronger the effect would be after eating it. At that time, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Could eating make one stronger? But now he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What if this buff became permanent? Now it was just an ingredient in the level 2 fishery, and it was just an ordinary ingredient. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, if I get some super high-level ingredients, can I get a permanent buff? Blood, qi strengthening. Physical body, strengthening. These things were much more comfortable than cultivation. Xia Shaochan waved her hand in front of Han Fei. Han Fei, Han Fei. Han Fei was taken aback. Ah, what's wrong? Xia Shaochan said, some things are raw and not cooked. Han Fei chuckled. Some things need to be cooked and some don't. Look, dip it in some vinegar. With that, Han Fei picked up a piece of sushi, dipped it in vinegar, and threw it into his mouth, narrowing his eyes. He had to admit that seafood with spiritual energy was really different. It was so delicious that it could explode. Lu Renquang suddenly sat up with a swish. I smell vinegar. Xia Shaochan sneered. Foodie. When Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were woken up, they began to eat the sushi one bite at a time. Lu Renquang said, Fei Fei, how about you teach me how to cook? How can I have such unconstrained and unconstrained culinary skills? Han Fei said mysteriously, innovation. The 3 elements of food are good-looking, delicious, and tasty. If you combine these 3 elements, you will become a great chef. Lu Renquang's face was full of admiration. He had wanted to learn Han Fei's creative techniques for a long time, but he couldn't. Every time Han Fei made a new dish, he didn't know that food could be so compatible. A figure came leisurely, and it was Wenrinyu who stepped onto the fishing boat. Under the shocked gazes of the 5 people, she picked up a piece of sushi, dipped it in vinegar, and put it in her mouth when Wenrinyu swallowed. Han Fei, you will be punished to cook for a month when we go back. Han Fei. Cell phone website. Chapter 215. Everyone was surprised by Wenrinyu's appearance. Didn't she say that they would continue to practice? She just paid attention to them, secretly. Why did she show up now? Han Fei said ingratiatingly, Teacher, we've all arrived at the deep-sea jungle. It's not right if we don't go down and have a look, right? Zhang Xuanyu nodded, quickly. Yes. Teacher, we're already here. You won't ask us to go back now, will you? Wenrinyu had been eating sushi. After the 2 of them finished talking, she said faintly, That's why I punished you to go back and cook for a month. And let me tell you clearly, there are actually no treasures in the deep-sea jungle. Han Fei was surprised. Teacher, have you been down there? Wenrinyu snorted. If you want to go down, go. Don't ask me. But this time I'll go down with you. I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Smack! Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu exchanged a palm strike. It was a success. Wenrinyu shook her head slightly when she saw the scene. But she remembered that she was also curious about these magical underwater worlds. In fact, before coming here, the 3 teachers had already discussed it. If Han Fei and the others really wanted to go to the sea, let them. As Han Fei said, since they were already here, they might as well teach them a lesson. With Wenrinyu's promise, everyone, including Luo Xiaobai, was overjoyed. After a moment, Han Fei said, Fatty, remember to be ready to attack at any time. There are too many seaweeds underwater, and there is a layer of long seaweed at the bottom. Once there are signs of being entangled, attack. Lu Renquang patted his chest and promised, Okay. However, I don't believe that these plants will be very dangerous. Everyone jumped into the water, and Han Fei and Lu Renquang held knives and pushed away the seaweed and the wide algae. After diving into the water, no more than 10 meters away, a group of fish and seaweed entangled them. This was expected, and no one was surprised. As soon as Lu Renquang attacked, the seaweed around them was shattered. When they dived 30 meters, there were already shoals of fish. Although they were just ordinary fish, they were still quite powerful. Soon, everyone was surrounded by chopped seaweed and fish. Luo Xiaobai said, Pay attention to those broad-leaved seaweeds. They are extending towards us. The broadleaf seaweed has to be completely crushed. Han Fei recognized this kind of seaweed at a glance. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, this thing was called Qiren. Lu Renquang said, Don't worry. Leave it to me. With a flash of light on his arm, the 1,000-bladed tortoise appeared. In the next moment, the 1,000 blades flew out and rapidly slashed towards the seaweed. However, to everyone's surprise, the seaweed was not cut into pieces. The seaweed curled the leaf into a stick almost instantly. It reminded Han Fei of the mimosa plant. But unlike Starbuck, the sticks didn't show any signs of retreating. The curled leaves were like iron rods as they clashed with the 1,000-blade tortoise's sharp blades. For a moment, hundreds and thousands of seaweed sticks were like tentacles reaching out from the bottom of the sea, waving angrily. Of course, in the end, these seaweed sticks didn't have the upper hand. A considerable number of them were ultimately chopped off by the 1,000-blade turtle. However, to everyone's surprise, the chopped broad leaves unfolded again and turned into long strips of seaweed, sweeping at Han Fei and the others again. One or two were easy to deal with, but when hundreds of broad leaves swept at them at the same time, the area where Han Fei and the others were blocked almost in the blink of an eye. Lu Renquang's face immediately changed. "Don't move. Let me do it. It seems that we have to crush them." Torrents of knives and swords. The 1,000-blade turtle's blades were flying outside, and Lu Renquang's blades were slashing from inside. Everybody seemed to be involved in a vortex. Of course, the blockade of the broad leaves was soon broken. Luo Xiaobai said, "Not good. These broad leaves are releasing an unknown substance that seems to be poisonous." Everybody hurried to crawl out of the blocked area. When Ran Yu appeared behind them and said, "First time, if these seaweeds are not regular seaweeds in the level 2 fishery, and if you haven't taken the exotic poisonous fruit and the moon-watching fruit, you will be paralyzed. Then you will be dragged into the sea by these seaweeds and eventually die." Everybody had a cold sweat on their backs. They had miscalculated. They thought of the situation that when Renyu said, if they really encountered these seaweeds, they would all be dead at the beginning of the battle. The others all swallowed. No wonder this deep-sea jungle was known as the second most dangerous place in the level 2 fishery. Half of the ordinary great fishing masters would be killed by the seaweeds on the upper layer before they could dive deeper. However, this also broadened their horizons and increased their vigilance. The existence of any kind of life at the bottom of the sea was not meaningless, even the ordinary plants such as seaweed and seaweed. The crushed seaweeds left only bare vines and a round food bag at the top. Yes, these seaweeds had food bags, and every food bag was round and bulging. Lu Renquang split one, only to find that it was full of all kinds of digested and undigested fish and bones. Xia Shaochan immediately swam over and cut off the seaweed food bag, leaving only a bare pole. Zhang Xuanyu knocked the pole with a rod and said to everyone via voice transmission, "It's at least as hard as mortal level, low quality. It's very hard." Luo Xiaobai said, "Be careful. Don't worry about these vines. We don't need them." Everyone nodded one after another and continued to dive. Perhaps it was because the seaweeds on the upper layer provided cover for the lower layer. After diving for nearly 100 meters, they didn't encounter any danger. Of course, if a school of fish was dangerous, there were schools of fish everywhere. At best, there were only some ironhead fish, swordfish, and striped fish here. In everyone's view, the appearance of these ordinary fish here provided a large amount of food for the plants here. But they also knew that since these fish still came here knowing that it was dangerous, it meant that they could also gain benefits here, benefits that they had to take risks. Soon, everyone seemed to discover the secret of the gathering of fish. Further down, the vines were covered with all kinds of shells. In addition to shells, there were all kinds of conches here. Some conches were even mutated, and their shells could emit a brilliant luster. Xia Shaochan also picked a few of them. Han Fei saw an orange-red, vertically flat fish biting and pulling conches on the vines. When the large, unknown object approached, the fish swam and swam downstream. Xia Shaochan was overjoyed. I feel that this place is even more beautiful than the coral reefs. Han Fei scoffed. The more beautiful a place is, the more dangerous it is. Just like the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. What did you say? He scolded 3 times in a row. One from Xia Shaochan, one from Wen Renyu, and one from Luo Xiaobai. The 3 of them glared at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips. Fei Fei, don't be so straightforward, okay? You'll be beaten to death. Han Fei blushed. He didn't expect to reveal such a secret. After diving for another 40 to 50 meters, uneven rocks of various heights appeared. However, these rocks had long been covered by seaweed, and some were directly covered by sea anemones. Han Fei saw a cluster of red and white sea anemones, with 10 large tentacles growing out of its body and countless small tentacles growing out of the large tentacles. The tentacles swayed with the waves, and as soon as a school of striped fish swam by, 3 or 4 were immediately caught. This tentacle caught 3 or 4 striped fish and sent them directly into the hole in the middle of the sea anemone. Along the way, everyone saw the black armored turtle, the red spot squid, the big fish with 2 sharp teeth in its mouth, and the mantis shrimp jumping out with a swoosh to hunt. Of course, they didn't just see them. A school of striped fish wanted to attack Han Fei and the others, but they all fled after being slapped by Luo Xiaobai's vines. They seemed to be afraid of the vines. BM, Lu Renquang was sent flying. When everyone realized what happened, it turned out to be a green mantis shrimp hiding in the seaweed. Lu Renquang was annoyed. What level are you? How dare you attack me? With that, he shot out a knife with a swoosh, directly cutting the mantis shrimp in half. Further down, through the arch-like seabed rocks, they saw that the seabed was covered with a layer of shells of clams, scallops, conches, and spider crabs. Yes, a whole layer of shells, almost covering the entire seabed of sand and stones. Xia Shaochan found a few beautiful shells and directly fell to the bottom of the sea, ready to pick them up. In an instant, a long worm suddenly rushed out of the sand, so fast that it was almost as fast as the mantis shrimp. Xia Shaochan was so scared that she flashed away. When she took a closer look, she found that it was a sea python, a level 28 green-scaled python. The moment Xia Shaochan flashed away, she pounced back, put away her knife, and attacked with all her strength, directly cutting the green-scaled python into 7 or 8 pieces. Han Fei said, "As I said, be careful. You'd better not get close to the cracks in the rocks. Let's go forward. There are sea willows over there, covered with wooden fish." Chapter 216. In this world, Han Fei didn't even know if there was a rainforest or where it was. Green forests, like the deep-sea jungle, were the main source of oxygen. Once there was enough oxygen, the body of the creature would become larger. Han Fei found that the creatures here were generally much stronger. They were also several times larger than the creatures in other places. At this moment, the situation at the bottom of the sea was clear. A large amount of seaweed floated along with the current, like a layer of green carpet underwater. However, this carpet was full of danger, not to mention other things. Just the hundreds and thousands of sea urchins on the ground were enough to make people feel intimidated. 1,000 meters away, there was a sudden explosion. Everyone only saw a ball being hit by something. It was a dragon-head fish that was 4 to 5 meters long. It had sharp teeth and was chasing after the ball. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "Amazing. Didn't they say that this place is very dangerous? Why is this dragon-head fish playing with a ball?" The ball in Han Fei's eyes was not a real ball. Data appeared. Tai Panjongit was a rare octopus found in the undersea jungle. It possessed extremely high intelligence, and its octopus eyes were helpful in cultivating ocular techniques. 29 rarity, 581 points long-term consumption can increase blood and qi. Octopi, when they got closer, they realized that the ball was different. Instead of calling it a ball, it was actually a ball made up of a bunch of seabed shells. Outside the shell, a large number of suckers could be seen. Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed slightly. Octopus. The expressions of the others also changed slightly. Han Fei was very excited. He had been to the sea many times, but this was the first time he had seen an octopus, and it was in such a way. Luo Xiaobai pulled Han Fei. "Don't come any closer." The octopus was a creature that possessed terrifying strength. It was not something that squids and cuttlefish could compare to. Theoretically, octopuses were rarely seen in level 1 and level 2 fisheries because octopuses were too strong. Therefore, every 100 years, there will be a hunting operation. Han Fei was surprised. Operation Hunting Emblem. In Han Fei's impression, octopuses were smart creatures, but they were also timid. How did an octopus become a powerful creature here? As he said that, the ironhead fish bit a corner of the ball. The ironhead fish's body rotated in the sea, which was the fish's normal way of hunting. By spinning, it tore the hunter apart. But why didn't the dragon-headed fish think about the other person's ball? Couldn't the other person turn it? As it spun, 2 tentacles suddenly stretched out and pierced into the gills of the dragon-head fish. In an instant, 2 tentacles turned into sharp thorns and extended from both sides of the dragon-headed fish head. This scene caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. When Ran Yu said, indifferently, "This is a trap," the octopus was using itself as bait to hunt. It looks weak, but its strength can easily tear this dragon-headed fish in half. As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, the sphere suddenly opened and a pile of shells fell down. At this moment, its true body was revealed. It was 3 to 4 meters in size. Its tentacles hooked onto the dragon-head fish, and it was fleeing into the distance. While running, he glanced in the direction of Han Fei and the others. The great plate octopus seemed to have sensed danger. The moment it escaped, the color of its body began to change from red to green. It dragged the dragon-head fish into the seaweed and disappeared. Xia Xiaochan exclaimed, "This octopus seems quite smart." Lu Renquang nodded. "It found us a long time ago. Just now it has been aiming at us. We can't have too many of them. If a lot of them come together, they will be much more difficult to deal with than squids and squids." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Let's go. This is just the most common place in the seabed jungle. Let's go deeper and see." Everyone nodded, and Wen Yu shook her head slightly in the back. Sure enough, ignorance is bliss. This group of children was very courageous, just like how they had been in the past. They had also traversed through dangerous places, until the seaweed swayed with the rhythm of the sea current. Han Fei and the others were floating dozens of meters above. Along the way, they passed by one emerald vine pole after another. Occasionally, those sea urchins would shoot out the thorns on their bodies, but everyone reacted faster and could avoid them as long as they moved up a little. Soon, they saw a bamboo forest ahead. Yes, it was a bamboo forest. Green bamboos stood in the sea, and bamboo leaves fell from the bamboo poles hundreds of meters high. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "Is this bamboo? So many bamboo?" Han Fei was secretly shocked too. Wasn't this the bamboo rod that he Xiaoyu used? He used to think that bamboo sticks were rare at the bottom of the sea. But here, there were so many of them that he couldn't even count them. Luo Xiaobai stretched out her hand, and the vines swept over. As soon as they entered the bamboo forest, they saw that there were many long insects on the bamboo that were integrated with the bamboo and attacked the vines. Stick insect companion insects attached to bamboo and lived by preying on fish. After they died and fell to the bottom of the sea, they would become bamboo seeds. 22 ordinary 404 points can be used as medicine to strengthen physique, and everyone stopped. And Luo Xiaobai said, "There are too many insects. Let's pass by them." Han Fei said, "Wait a minute." Under everyone's gaze, Han Fei took out a fishing rod and shot it out with a swish. Immediately, a bamboo shoot was hooked back by Han Fei. Everyone. Han Fei continued to cast the hook. Don't just stand there. Natural sea bamboo shoots are absolutely delicious. You can't find them on the floating island. Everyone. Lu Rinquang immediately cast the hook and responded, Feifei, you are my idol now. You can think of delicious anything you see. Why can't I think of that? Han Fei snorted. Do you know what marine creatures value most? Lu Rinquang shook his head. Eating. A smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. Most sea creatures work hard for food every day. Therefore, any marine creature, except those that are poisonous, can basically be eaten, but the method of eating needs to be considered. Han Fei, you were born to be fat. Zhang, Xuanyu agreed. Yes, you are much more proficient than Lu Rinquang. God knows why you have lost weight now. Han Fei snorted. Delicious food can't be wasted. It's fine as long as we eat with good taste. How can we get fat if we eat to satisfy our appetite? Everyone counted on Han Fei for the next month's food. So they all took out fishing rods to hook sea bamboo shoots, and didn't stop until they had hooked thousands of caddies. Passing through the bamboo forest, Han Fei and the others had to pass through a rocky place covered with water weeds. They were just about to pass through when a huge whip came across the air. Luo Xiaobai's expression changed. Ambush. The vines were like whips, whipping at the whip. When they saw it clearly, they found that it was a big tentacle more than 10 meters long. At the same time, tentacles were lashing at them from all directions. Luo Xiaobai said, It's an octopus. Without Luo Xiaobai saying anything, everyone had seen it. An octopus tens of meters long was actually attached to the stone, and its body and the stone had become the same color. Han Fei said excitedly, Fatty, be gentle. Don't break it. Just kill it and take it to the pot. Lu Rinquang was dumbfounded. This octopus would be fine if it encountered him, but if it encountered Han Fei, it would only end up in the pot. However, the octopus's tentacles were suddenly covered with spiritual energy and whipped away Lu Rinquang's knives and swords. Luo Xiaobai said, It's above level 30. Let's cooperate. Deep blue! Dozens of vines jumped out from the bottom of the sea and blocked those tentacles. But the flexibility of the vines was much worse than that of the octopus's tentacles. The big octopus quickly bypassed the vines and went straight to Han Fei and the others. The huge suckers looked very creepy. At this moment, it was Han Fei's turn to take action. Several blue sea wandering dragon daggers swept past the octopus's tentacles crazily, and the cold power almost paralyzed the tentacles. Xia Xiaochan's body flashed, and she appeared next to the octopus's head, which really scared it. By the time the big plate octopus realized what was going on, the daggers had already pierced into its head. But was an octopus a creature that would die after being stabbed? Obviously not. An octopus had 3 hearts and 9 brains. It was once suspected to be an alien creature. Immediately, many tentacles strangled Xia Xiaochan. But Xia Xiaochan flashed away, leaving the red fire tricky lobster behind. This was the only contractual spiritual beast of the fire attribute among them. The red fire tricky lobster slithered into the big plate octopus's head. Then, everyone saw that the octopus's head was red. Its brain must have been melted. Han Fei quickly said, Hey! Slow down. Don't burn the inside. How can we eat it? Xia Xiaochan. Wenren was at the back, quietly watching the scene. This big plate octopus was really unlucky to encounter Han Fei and the others. If it encountered an ordinary great fishing master, it might have been killed by it, but it encountered Han Fei and the others. Han Fei suddenly looked at Wenren. Master, do you have enough sea-swallowing seashells? Chapter 217. Wenren suddenly found that she seemed to have become a bag carrier. Yes, on their way, Han Fei and the others had hunted the great plate octopus, sea urchins, red-nosed fish, crayfish, and quite a few starfish. Han Fei asked, Have you noticed that this place is not as dangerous as you think? It's just that there are too many creatures hiding here. Zhang Xuanyu asked suspiciously. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than this place. Xia Shaochan said, Actually, it's already very dangerous. How many regular, great fishing masters can stay here for half an hour? Lu Renquang added, I think this place should rank fourth behind the piercing electricity zone. It's beautiful and less dangerous. Crack! Everybody was suddenly alarmed. They stomped on the ground and swam upward almost at the same time, only to see a creature that looked like a centipede with claws all over its body skimming past where they had just passed. Its 10-meter-long body drilled into the sand almost in the blink of an eye. Xia Xiaochan's face was slightly pale. Disgusting. I've never seen such a huge, hard-armored sandworm before. Han Fei blinked. Was that a sandworm? Did the sandworms here look like this? Their blue shells were glittering like scales. Also, why did the sandworms have such long legs? Suddenly thinking of something, Han Fei asked timidly, Are the sandworms here solitary creatures? Everybody felt a chill down their backs when they heard that. That's right. Was there only one big sandworm here? Hardly had Han Fei said that when the bottom of the sea surged and one big sandworm after another broke out of the soil. The sandworm's head was its mouth. When it opened its mouth, its whole head seemed to be blooming, and it bit at Han Fei and the others with its big black mouth. Shoot! Torrents of knives and swords. Water wall. Han Fei waved his hands with spiritual energy and condensed water walls. Together with Lu Renquang's torrents of knives and swords, a sandworm was minced into pieces. However, a sandworm far away spurted spiritual energy from its mouth. The spiritual energy easily penetrated Han Fei's water wall. Zhang Xuanyu was targeted. At this moment, the long rod in his hand surged and suddenly rushed out, smashing the spiritual light into pieces. The seawater around them trembled, and everyone saw that the thing that had lost the spiritual light was actually a tooth. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly. The attack power of his teeth is very strong, seemingly beyond the realm of a junior great fishing master. Hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly. A random insect has an attack beyond the realm of a junior great fishing master? Then let's kill our way out. Wait for them to chase after us? This thing can't be eaten. However, if he wanted to run now, it was already too late. Thousands of clamworms emerged from the ground, stretching all the way as if there was no end in sight. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Attack! Attach! With the 9-tailed mantis shrimp attached to him, he swept his 7 tails behind him and launched 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers at the same time. At the same time, he activated a spiritual energy protective cover and rushed out first. Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai followed closely. The two girls were not as good as Han Fei and Lu Renquang in terms of defense, so they walked in the middle. Zhang Xuanyu was the most miserable. He had only killed 2 clamworms after using the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea. However, the dense spiritual energy fangs broke his defense repeatedly, and his protective cover broke 2 or 3 times. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Fei, spiritual energy. Han Fei killed all the way while using the spirit gathering art to constantly transmit spiritual energy to everyone. Han Fei scolded, "What the hell are you doing? I'll lead the way, and Lu Renquang will cover the rear. You run forward with your golden water silkworm." Luo Xiaobai was surrounded by vines like a walking giant flower. She could barely defend herself. Xia Shaochan was too flexible and could go invisible, so she ran very fast. Only Zhang Xuanyu didn't know how to go invisible and was still using rod techniques. Although his attack was strong, clamworms, like snakes, could divert the force, which was very disadvantageous to him. Relatively speaking, Han Fei and Lu Renquang were the most relaxed. The two of them were surrounded by swords and knives. Han Fei was fine. On Lu Renquang's side, Swords and knives were flying out of his armor box. The 1,000-blade turtle was like a walking meat grinder, and almost all the clamworms chasing after him were killed by him. Wanren Yu followed them extremely fast and jumped from one clamworm to another in the blink of an eye. She didn't seem to care about the poisonous fangs that shot at her because none of them could touch her. But at this moment, Wanren Yu was a little surprised. Han Fei and the others cooperated well, and Luo Xiaobai even had time to help Zhang Xuanyu block the attacks. The 5 of them lined up in a straight line, like a long dragon swimming in shallow water. Wherever they passed, there were broken bodies everywhere. But they needed a lot of spiritual energy to support such a burst of speed. As a result, except for Han Fei, the others' spiritual energy was almost exhausted in less than a moment. Han Fei could only transmit spiritual energy to them. As a result, their speed plummeted, and more clamworms surrounded them. Han Fei stepped on the spirit gathering array and fully activated the water control technique. Although he couldn't completely block the poisonous fangs, he gave them some time to recover. Luo Xiaobai said, "No, this speed is still too slow. We have to find another way." Xia Shaochan said, "Use a fishing rod." Han Fei, your spiritual vision is the largest. Throw the rod and run. I'll hang on you, and Xiaobai will hang on me. Han Fei scoffed. What an evil word. Lu Rinquang was anxious. Hurry up, there are too many. How can there be so many clamworms? Han Fei nodded. The role of the fishing rod was highlighted in this situation. Han Fei threw the rod straight and bypassed the clamworms in front of him like a swimming snake. Luo Xiaobai and the others threw the rod one after another and caught the clamworms one after another according to Xia Xiaochan's instructions. As Han Fei exerted his strength, everyone seemed to be riding an undersea roller coaster. Surrounded by blades, the 5 of them passed through the clamworms at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, it left a trail of wind and clouds in a mess. Wanren Yu stood behind them, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Xia Shaochan reacted very quickly and was the first to analyze the role of the fishing rod in this situation. Han Fei's endurance was very strong, and he was better than others in the comprehensive use of spiritual energy. Lu Rinquang's attack was very strong, and he had a great advantage in a group battlefield. Luo Xiaobai's comprehensive strength was stable, and she was an all-rounder. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he was never weak in one-on-one battles, but he was obviously at a disadvantage in group battles. When he returned to school, he had to find a group combat skill for him. After a while, when Han Fei and the others ran out of the clamworms area, they were all biting the vines and gasping for breath. Zhang Xuanyu said, "I told you, it's the second most dangerous place. The soul-attracting jellyfish in the piercing electricity zone can hide, but the clamworms in the deep-sea jungle have no place to hide at all. Ordinary, great fishing masters have no chance to run away." Luo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. In this situation just now, a spirit gatherer and an armorist are both indispensable. The conditions are very restrictive. It's true that there is a slim chance of survival. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on everyone and then slowly said, "How far did we swim just now?" Xia Shaochan nodded. "More than 100 kilometers." Han Fei nodded. The deep-sea jungle covered a total of 300 kilometers, and 1/3 of it was occupied by the clamworms. It was indeed dangerous. Han Fei said, "Let's take a break and wait for our injuries to heal and our spiritual energy to recover." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Where is the sea willow tree?" Han Fei said awkwardly, "It seems to be on the other side." Han Fei thought to himself, "I didn't expect it to be like this down there." Originally, he just wanted to find a place with less seaweed to go into the water. However, there was no sea willow tree at all, but a bunch of clamworms. While talking, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Have you noticed that there is a lot less seaweed here, and even the seaweed vines are gone?" Han Fei also noticed this, so he said, "There must be something wrong. When we go over later, try to swim higher. Everyone nodded. Originally, they came down to see if there were any treasures. However, they didn't find any treasures, but found many creatures that couldn't be found anywhere else. Lu Rinquang said, "I want to eat hot pot." Everyone was speechless. "You want to eat hot pot at this time? What are you thinking?" Lu Rinquang patted his belly and said, "There are no treasures down there. Is there also a rock-holding turtle here? Are the clam worms a treasure?" Han Fei grinned. "You'll believe me if I tell you the truth. If you have the ability to break through the nest of the clamworms, there will definitely be spiritual fruits. If not, I lose." Xia Shaochan said, "Come on." "Then don't take it. If you really want to go into the clamworm's nest, you won't be able to come back up." Han Fei shrugged. That's exactly what happened. While they were talking, they saw smoke and dust a kilometer away. They didn't notice it before, so they thought it was just that. But gradually, the seawater became turbid, which attracted their attention. Luo Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. "Be careful, prepare for battle." Chapter 218. As soon as they calmed down, something happened. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Seriously?" Han Fei said, "Wait, that's not right. The smoke is only dozens of meters in radius. It can't be clamworms." Xia Shaochan waved her fishing rod and shot over. "Whatever it is, let's go and take a look." Now that everyone had learned spiritual vision, it was much more convenient for them to do anything. If they wanted to see what was going on, they could just fish over. Xia Shaochan suddenly frowned. "What kind of fish is it that looks like a pot lid?" A pot lid popped up in Han Fei's mind. "Rays." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Huh? Rays? How can there be rays in the level 2 fishery?" Xia Shaochan said, "In addition to the pot lid, there are a lot of spider crabs, a lot." Zhang Xuanyu was relieved. "This is easier to deal with than clamworms. Maybe we can get some blood spider silk to sell in the town. It's not cheap," Xia Shaochan suggested. "Why don't you go and take a look yourself?" Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. He threw out his fishing rod and then his face changed. Immediately he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I think the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant is already profitable enough. Let's forget about selling blood spider silk." Han Fei asked, "So where should we go?" Xia Shaochan asked, "Where else can we go?" "We must go upstream." Everyone immediately swam upward. But after swimming for less than 50 meters, they found a layer of striped algae. The striped seaweed was covered with densely packed, long, striped worms. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. "Not good. Spirit-swallowing worms, retreat." Han Fei frowned when he saw the spirit-swallowing worms no larger than a little finger. A string of data appeared. Name: spirit-swallowing worm. Introduction: a low-level spiritual worm that lives on striped algae. Once touched, it will melt and build a nest in the human body. Level 3 quality, rare, spiritual energy, greater than 15 points, effect, inedible, absorbable. Han Fei's blood froze. Although its level was not high, it could melt and build a nest in the human body? He couldn't even imagine it. Han Fei had read that spiders could lay eggs in the human body. How terrible would that thing be? His entire body had turned into a spider's nest. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Lu Rinquang ran the fastest. He said telepathically while running, "I'd rather fight spider crabs than be touched by this thing." Thus, just as everyone was about to go up, they quickly came back down. But when they came down, their expressions didn't look any better. Lu Rinquang stopped 20 meters from the bottom of the sea. Below them were countless spider crabs. These spider crabs seemed to have built a ladder and laid on top of each other, leaving crab legs everywhere. In places where there weren't many spider crabs, there were indeed rays swimming around. It wasn't an ordinary skate either. It was a pancake that was 7 or 8 meters long, and its tail was as long as its body. In total, it was more than 10 meters long. Han Fei looked over. Name: Pan Yao. Introduction: Its mouth has a powerful suction force, and it likes to prey on spider crabs that have shed their shells. It is extremely territorial, and its tail has needles that contain poison. Level 29 quality rare, contain spiritual energy 0 points, effect tail needle, absorbable. Han Fei said in a hurry. Don't be stung by the tail of the ray. It's highly poisonous. Zhang Xuanyu said, who cares about the rays? There are too many spider crabs. They're piling up like a hill. Isn't it fun? Xia Shaochan said, some spider crabs are soft. Look, those rays can eat half of them in one bite. Luo Xiaobai said, these are spider crabs molting. Spider crabs have to molt if they want to grow bigger. It's said that spider crabs can molt 9 times in their lifetime. Every time they molt, they will become stronger. However, every time they molt, they will be at their weakest. Their new shells haven't hardened yet. Let's rush over. Han Fei was slightly surprised. He knew that spider crabs molted, but this was obviously not the same species as what he knew. The spider crabs in front of him were at least 2 meters long, purple and red all over, and full of barbs. He wondered how many times they had molted. He felt that there were more spider crabs that hadn't molted than those that had. They swam quickly all the way. As far as the eye could see, there were spider crabs everywhere. In some places, the spider crabs were piled up dozens of meters high, one on top of another. The ones at the bottom must have been crushed to death. Han Fei said telepathically, we can only go down. Just pay attention to those rays. Yes, the hill-like spider crabs were more than 50 meters high. There were even hundreds of meters high. Han Fei and the others couldn't go around them, so they could only go through the places where there were fewer spider crabs. And those places were a paradise for rays. At this moment, they were all preying on the molting spider crabs. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei and Lu Renquang. You two go ahead. You're really strong. This time, I'm going to strengthen my body when I go back. Lu Renquang nodded. I'm not resistant to poison. Han Fei, stay outside. Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Are you guys out of your mind? You're not resistant to poison, but you make it sound like I'm resistant to poison. However, Han Fei didn't care about this and turned around to signal to them that it was feasible. But when he turned around, he found that Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai were gone. Zhang Xuanyu said, don't look. Both of them are invisible. Did you forget that Xiaobai's contractual spiritual beast is an invisible jellyfish? Han Fei nodded, but he was a little surprised. Then he looked to the side. Although he didn't see anyone, his spiritual perception detected that Luo Xiaobai was only 3 meters away on his left. Han Fei was a little surprised. Her spiritual perception was quite powerful. She could even see through the invisible Luo Xiaobai. He immediately tried to find Xia Shaochan, but he could only vaguely see her shadow. She was still transparent. Han Fei wondered, is Xia Shaochan's stealth ability strong? Or is the invisible jellyfish's ability weak? Han Fei didn't care anymore and quickly swam over. Just when Han Fei approached the bottom of the sea, those plate rays fluttered their seaweed-like bodies and rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei ignored them and said to Lu Renquang, give me a stick. The armor box flashed, and a stick shot at Han Fei. Han Fei took the stick and launched a spiritual energy explosion, and a rumbling sound came from the bottom of the sea. The powerful long tail of the plate ray was blown away, and it spun in circles in the sea under Han Fei's attack. But this was nothing. One of the plate rays actually stood up, revealing the big mouth on its belly that looked like a baby's face. When it opened its big mouth, even the surrounding seawater was shaking, and a huge suction force pulled everyone. Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he was about to break this mouth with the million-knife art. But before he took action, a spider crab was grabbed by vines and stuffed into the big mouth of the plate ray. The suction force suddenly stopped, and Han Fei almost laughed. Han Fei said in amusement, Xiaobai, you're good. Luo Xiaobai said, let's go. There's still a lot of rays. Han Fei nodded. Got it. Quang Quang, hurry up. You're the slowest. Lu Renkuang was speechless. I want to be faster, but I don't have Zhang Xuanyu's golden water silkworm. My spiritual beast is the muscle, and my contractual spiritual beast is the tortoise. How can I be fast? At this time, the all-rounder Luo Xiaobai took action. She wrapped the vines around Lu Renkuang at a swooshing speed. Han Fei was responsible for fighting the plate rays and cooperating with Luo Xiaobai to stuff the crabs. Their journey was more daunting than dangerous, and they were easier to deal with than the sandworms. But before they were happy for long, hundreds of plate rays gathered in front of them, and they were all stunned. However, Zhang Xuanyu said in a trembling voice, "Look, big ray!" Han Fei quickly stepped forward, and then his heart was in his throat. The plate ray was more than 30 meters long, and with the length of its tail, it was 60 meters long. It looked like AF** King's spaceship. His eyes almost popped out when he saw it. At this moment, there was no turning back. There were spider crabs as big as a mountain next to them, huge plate rays in front of them, spirits swallowing bugs on them, and plate rays behind them. They had to choose a side to fight. It was impossible for them to go back, but they could at least fight this side. If they went to the sandworms' territory again, they would be exhausted even if they didn't die. How could they go back to the sandworms' territory without seeing anything? Just when they were eager to make a choice, a huge crab foot suddenly stretched out of the spider crabs. Each crab foot was more than 10 meters long, and it hooked at the plate ray. Chapter 219. At this moment, the 5 of them were all dumbfounded. Even when Ran Yu behind them looked solemn and was ready to take action at any time. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Did we choose the wrong direction?" Xia Shaochan said in distress, "It would be great if you could all go invisible." Luo Xiaobai said in a daze, "These two? They should be very strong, right? Why did they appear in the level 2 fishery?" Han Fei chuckled. "Isn't it normal? A race usually needs a king. Look at these two. Their heads are obviously the 2 big shots. Let's not do anything and let them fight first. It's best if both sides are injured and we can reap the benefits." Everyone. Han Fei said, "Are you stupid? These 2 big fellows were fighting to the point where they were half dead. If we kill them, how many meals will we have to eat?" Everyone. Lu Renkuang gave Han Fei a thumbs up. Good idea." Wenren Yu's face was all black. Han Fei always said that Lu Renkuang was a foodie, but he was actually a foodie. He even wanted to take these 2 big guys away. He knew that he couldn't take them away, so he wanted me to take them away, right? In fact, in Han Fei's eyes, the data of the 2 big guys was already clear. The exotic giant plate ray had an extra ability to swallow compared to the ordinary plate ray. It could strengthen its flesh and blood, spiritual energy, and strength by swallowing other creatures, and the mutant spider crab was also an exotic creature. It had one more ability than ordinary spider crabs, which was that it was fast and hard. Just like at this moment, when the crab's claws slashed out, a cold light burst out in the seawater. But the giant plate ray's tail knocked the surrounding small spider crabs and plate rays away. That wasn't the end yet. The giant plate ray took the opportunity to bite the crab's leg again and again. The crab's leg was directly bitten into 2. Han Fei thought it was over. In terms of combat power, the giant plate ray was stronger. But to his surprise, the mutant spider crab shot out its pincer and snapped the tail of the giant plate ray. Han Fei couldn't stay calm anymore. How could this giant pincer fly away so easily? How could it attack when it flew away? How the F*** could he take it back? But they had no time to think about it. Both sides seemed to be enraged, and both suffered great losses. Thus he began to summon his underlings. The mountain-like spider crabs collapsed, and the plate rays quickly swam over from all directions. All of a sudden, they became turtles in a jar. Wenren Yu was ready to attack. Han Fei had an idea. Don't panic. Dig a hole and run. Everyone was stunned. Digging a hole? Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. as a legendary mantis shrimp. Han Fei could kill it if it didn't know how to dig holes. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, dig a hole for me. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was very excited when it first came out. How long has it been since it came out? However, when it saw the mountain-like spider crabs and the overwhelming number of plate rays, it didn't even let out a fart and immediately started digging. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug holes very fast. Back then, it had broken through layer after layer of the mine. Moreover, this seabed was not a mine, so it was a piece of cake for it. Han Fei shouted, "Keep up, keep up!" Han Fei kicked Zhang Xuanyu into the hole. Now that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was 5 or 6 meters tall, it was easy for him to dig a hole for 1 or 2 fatties. Lu Renkuang was about to go in, when he was stopped by Han Fei. "The girls go first. Don't be in such a hurry." Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan didn't say anything and quickly entered the hole, followed by Lu Renkuang. Han Fei wandered at the entrance of the hole, staring at the mutant spider crabs and the giant plate rays. Forget it. He looked at Wen Ranyu behind him, gritted his teeth, and got into the hole. He had to admit that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was a very strong player. It could dig holes, fight, control, and CK the sky. Han Fei was very satisfied. Wen Ranyu was surprised. Han Fei really knew how to choose contractual spiritual beasts. What kind of mantis shrimp is this? Not only does it have a tail, but it can also dig holes so fast. Within 10 minutes, it was already hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, Wen Ranyu's face changed greatly. There was something underground. She had no time to care about anything else. With a bang, the spider crabs exploded and rushed out. Underground, Han Fei, who was lagging behind, hadn't caught up with Lu Renkuang and the others, when something in the soil suddenly hit his stomach. In an instant, Han Fei was knocked away like a cannonball and broke out of the soil. He was smashed out of the crowd of spider crabs, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The crowd of spider crabs was in an uproar. What flew in? Han Fei was dumbfounded. A swarm of spider crabs pinched him with their pincers, and his spiritual energy protective cover was crushed after only 3 seconds. When those big pincers pinched him, Han Fei dashed out of the crowd of spider crabs. As a result, Han Fei bumped into Wen Ranyu. Wen Ranyu's face changed. Seeing that Han Fei could still swim with 5 spider crabs a few meters long hanging on him, she was greatly relieved. "Follow me later. I'll go first." Wen Ranyu only said a few words before she rushed in the direction of Zhang Xuanyu and the others. Han Fei didn't look too good either. Something seemed to have happened up ahead. Han Fei hurried to find a hole, only to be whipped by an enormous crab leg when he was halfway through. Shoot! Han Fei twisted his body and barely dodged the crab leg. As it turned out, he was regarded as a dangerous person who sabotaged the internal stability of the spider crabs. Even the gigantic plate ray was stunned. Just a moment ago, another leg of a mutant spider crab had been lost. On the body of the giant plate ray, 2 large wounds several meters long were torn open. Not caring if the mutant spider crab could understand him, Han Fei said telepathically, "Don't hit me. I'm your teammate. I'm here to help." Seeing that the mutant spider crab slightly paused, Han Fei immediately got rid of the spider crabs on him and launched the 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Clang, clang, clang. It was true that spiritual weapons were powerful, but it depended on the opponent's level. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were all stabbed into the crab shell. Phew! Han Fei hurried to recall the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and said telepathically, "Brother, would you believe me if I said that I hit the wrong person?" The mutant spider crab certainly wouldn't listen to that. "I've been stabbed 10 times by you, every blade piercing into my flesh. Now, you're telling me that you hit the wrong person? Damn it, you're so mean. I'm going to kill you." Seeing that the mutant spider crab's claws were coming at him, Han Fei rushed to the gigantic plate ray at full speed. "Big Pot, I'm your ally. Hey, don't open your mouth. I'm grenade throwing, Immediately, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were shot out again, leaving dozens of streaks of cold light in the seawater. Pooh! 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 The dozens of daggers pierced through the gigantic plate ray and out of its back. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's it. The gigantic plate ray felt excruciating pain and was interrupted for a moment, but it was infuriated and sucked again. Han Fei sneered. I can't stab that damn crab, but can I stab you? The blue sea wandering dragon daggers pierced into the gigantic plate ray's body again and stirred crab. In Han Fei's hand, a big seal smashed the gigantic plate ray to the ground, raising waves of mud on the seabed. Han Fei grinned. Do you think the water-stirring seal is useless? With the strength of 10,000 kilograms and my full-strength strike, I can smash a hole in your body, even if you're a mountain. Behind him, the mutant spider crab had already waved its claws. Han Fei hurried to jump into the dust and summoned the demon purification pot. In the next moment, Han Fei rolled on the ground and dodged the attacks of the spider crabs with his hands and feet. Eventually, he dived into the cave and slipped away quickly. The mutant spider crab was dumbfounded. Where's the gigantic plate ray? Where's the fake teammate? Why is he gone? Han Fei ran forward crazily. I won't fight those with hard shells again. My spiritual weapon. But it didn't penetrate. It wasn't until Han Fei ran thousands of meters away that he saw countless vines whipping a serpent. Xia Shaochan appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Now and then, she cut long wounds on the serpent with her dagger. Lu Renquang's storm of knives and swords stirred the serpent, making clanking noises. Zhang Xuanyu, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, covered in blood, holding the vines and breathing hard. Chapter 220. Han Fei hurriedly cast the divine healing technique and poured out his spiritual energy. Han Fei asked, How did it end up like this? Zhang Xuanyu grinned at Han Fei and said telepathically, Its caves are all down here. I walked ahead of it, so I should be the first one. Han Fei was also speechless, thinking that Zhang Xuanyu was not as sturdy as him. If it were a head-on battle outside, it would be hard to say. But in this underground cave, only God knew that there was a giant python in it. Seeing that Zhang Xuanyu slowed down, Han Fei rushed up with 2 knives. A string of data flashed in his eyes, and he was surprised. Name Ghost Serpent Introduction. It's mutated by absorbing the essence blood of a flood dragon. It has a single horn on its head and sword scales all over its body. It has a serpent pearl in its body, and its body is greatly strengthened. Level 34 quality exotic contains spiritual energy greater than 232 points effect. Serpent pearl, collectible, serpent pearl, ghost horn, python tendon, ghost serpent gallbladder, absorbable. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a valuable snake. Its body was full of treasures. The serpent pearl that could greatly strengthen one's body was worth fighting, not to mention the other treasures. Han Fei rushed up in an instant and launched a blade storm. Different from Lu Renquang's torrents of knives and swords, Lu Renquang's torrents of knives and swords were all messy, while the blade storm revolved in circles. Luo Xiaobai controlled the vines, trying to catch the ghost serpent. However, this thing was so slippery that it couldn't be trapped. Lu Renquang was a bit miserable. Because of his sturdy body and fierce attacks, he was regarded as the biggest threat by the ghost serpent. He didn't know how many times he had been sent flying. His chest was already stained with blood. Don't look at how this fatty usually hid when he encountered danger, but when it came to a real fight, he was extremely fierce. He used the bloodthirsty broadsword, 1,000-blade slash, and torrents of knives and swords. He also held a big shield. Bam! Lu Renquang was sent flying again. This time it was Han Fei's turn. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he directly cut the scales on the ghost serpent. Not far away, Wenren watched this scene quietly, staring at the knife in Han Fei's hand, deep in thought. Xia Xiaochan was able to tear apart the ghost serpent scales because Xia Xiaochan's instantaneous burst of strength was very powerful. Although Lu Rinquang controlled countless swords and sabers, he didn't really play a big role. Although it looked like the ghost serpent was covered in cuts and bruises, it did not injure its core. Han Fei, on the other hand, simply crushed a large piece of the ghost serpent scales that were as sharp as swords like a meat grinder. In addition, in order to end the battle quickly, Han Fei let Little Black bite the ghost serpent's flesh when he chopped it up. Of course, because when Rinyu was here, he didn't dare to go too far. Otherwise, if the ghost serpent died on its own before they even started fighting, there would be a lot to talk about. But even so, the ghost serpent still rolled in the cave, and the huge force made it impossible for Lu Rinquang to approach it. Luo Xiaobai said, "Be careful. It's going crazy. Kill it quickly." In the next moment, Han Fei took out his blue sea wandering dragon daggers, and Xia Xiaochan's red fire tricky lobster also entered the ghost serpent's body. Han Fei said anxiously, "Xia Xiaochan, don't burn it. This guy's entire body is a treasure. We have to bring him back." Xia Xiaochan was speechless. "Are you going to eat it too?" Han Fei shrugged. "Not me. This kind of strange serpent must have a special bloodline. You can see it from its horn. Also, the snake gallbladder is super nutritious. How can I eat it if it's burnt?" Xia Xiaochan snorted. "I still have to eat it." She recalled the red fire tricky lobster, which made Han Fei breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, Little Black is still inside. What if I'm burned by you? At this time, Han Fei went all out. Before Xia Xiaochan could attack, he had to attack. Han Fei grabbed a sword scale and lay directly on the ghost serpent's body. Chilla! Scales were torn off one by Han Fei, and the ghost serpent bumped around in pain and circled in the cave. Han Fei sneered. "I've killed a dragon eel before. You think I can't kill you? You can't beat me without the super high voltage of the dragon eel." Han Fei tore off the scales one by one, and he didn't care even if his palms were cut. It was only level 30, which wasn't enough to hurt him. After tearing off dozens of scales, Han Fei stirred the blue sea wandering dragon daggers inside, and the ghost serpent's momentum was greatly reduced. At this time, Lu Rinquang stared at the ghost serpent's head and slashed it, and one of its eyes was poked blind. Xia Xiaochan was speechless. "Damn fatty, hit the snake where it hurts. What's the use of slashing at its head?" Xia Xiaochan stabbed the dagger into the snake's body. Then the ghost serpent's scales propped up and Xia Xiaochan gave up. But at this moment, Luo Xiaobai exerted her strength, and vines grew out of the ghost serpent's flesh and blood. After a while, the ghost serpent was finally dying, and everyone was so tired that they hugged the vines and gasped for breath. After a while, the ghost serpent was finally dying, and everyone was so tired that they held the vines and gasped for breath. When Ranyu stepped over, glanced at them, waved her hand, and took the ghost serpent back, turning her head when Ranyu said, "This is the second time I've attacked. You all know Zhang Xuanyu's weakness. However, you ignored him. If I hadn't taken action, his life might have been in danger. As the saying goes, when I take action for the third time, this experience will be over." Everyone looked ashamed. Lu Renquang dragged his tired body and sat next to Zhang Xuanyu. "I'll walk in front of you next time." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "That be asterisk, Starred wants to kill me? It's too early. If it weren't so sudden, it would have been beaten to the ground." Xia Xiaochan scoffed. "Don't brag. Don't you feel ashamed? Teacher, is the gallbladder of the giant serpent useful to Zhang Xuanyu? Why don't we dig it out and give it to him?" Wenrin, you raised her eyebrows. "It's useful. However, the most useful part of the ghost serpent is not the gallbladder, but the serpent pearl. The serpent pearl can improve one's physique. Are you sure you want to give it to Zhang Xuanyu?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes." Xia Xiaochan said, "Forget it. Give it to him. Look at how weak he is. Next time something happens, he won't be the first to be knocked down. Lu Renquang nodded. I'm okay with it. I have a shield. I'm not afraid. Han Fei shrugged. I'm okay with it, too. Seeing that everybody was united, Wenren Yu finally looked better. She extended her hand, and a green pearl appeared in her hand. Wenren Yu said, The serpent pearl contains a trace of the flood dragon bloodline. Within an hour of eating it, your body will be as hot as fire. Fortunately, this ghost serpent isn't level 40, or you would have exploded. Zhang Xuanyu accepted the serpent pearl and said apologetically, Well, thank you, everyone. Lu Renquang clapped his hands. We're brothers. What are you thanking us for? Just eat it. Although Han Fei's divine healing technique had almost healed his wounds, Zhang Xuanyu's internal organs were seriously damaged. It would take at least a few hours to heal him with the divine healing technique. Therefore, Zhang Xuanyu swallowed the serpent pearl without any hesitation. Everybody stared at each other, wondering how the serpent pearl improved one's physique. At first, Zhang Xuanyu didn't show any reaction. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Xuanyu's face became redder and redder. After 100 seconds, he had become red all over, and his body was smoking. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu gripped the vines, gritting his teeth and clutching the vines with both hands. The veins on his arms and neck were bulging, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. Lu Renquang shivered. How painful is this? Han Fei patted his belly. You're a man. Why are you afraid of pain? You're tough. Xia, Shao Chan chuckled. Next time there's a ghost serpent, I'll give you the serpent pearl. Han Fei blinked with a smile. That's exactly what I wanted. Unfortunately, there isn't one. Half a minute later, the power of the serpent pearl seemed to have reached a peak. Zhang Xuanyu's hair was all standing up, and the seawater within 10 meters became boiling hot. Han Fei even controlled the seawater around him to change some cold water from time to make him feel more comfortable. Wenren Yu said, This is no pain at all. There are many things in this world that are more intense than this. Han Fei shuddered when he remembered the scene in the hexagon starfish. He didn't want to experience it again. It was too horrible. 2 hours passed. Zhang Xuanyu collapsed on the ground and looked at everyone helplessly. Let me take a break.